caption for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink may view this program in high definition on channel 1002, and some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m. if you're up, Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. If anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with one of our marshals or fire officials for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing your safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk up front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk staff. If you parked in the parking garage and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered chambers, please exit to your right and see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we begin with our agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Pastor Benny Hackes, Victory Outreach Church, and remain standing for a pledge of allegiance. Thank you very much, and good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mayor. If I could have every head bowed and every eye closed, please. Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning, God, in the mighty name of Jesus. And Lord, we just ask right now, God, for your intervention, God. We ask for your guidance, Lord. We ask for your wisdom, Lord. We ask for your discernment, Lord. And I pray, God, for Mayor Goodman, God, and her cabinet, God, that, Father, you would just use them, God, in a mighty way, God. And I pray for everything that is going to transpire here this morning, God. Yes, Lord. We ask you this all in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. And we'll now proceed with the ceremonial portion of the agenda. What happened to Mr. Riggleman? Oh, are we all connected, Mr. Riggleman? Great, thank you. So good morning, everyone. And before we begin our regular City Council meeting, I want to take a moment to tell you about a new partnership that the city is involved in to increase public safety. I'm doing it a little early, but I see Esther Carter, who's head of everything like this. As many of you know, last year, or you may not know, one of our sons had an incident out jogging. And fortunately, the amazing team of trauma from UMC were able to help him in what was for sure a life-threatening incident. On a day-to-day basis, we never know what can happen to any one of us. And it's vital that our first responders know who you are and have information so that you can be treated and we all can be treated effectively and as quickly as possible. To assist in this, the City of Las Vegas has partnered with a group called Road ID to offer identification bands that you can wear. And this is being offered to Las Vegas and Clark County residents at a discount. The bands, and are you wearing yours, Esther? Are you wearing your band? Could you come up front so they could see, please? You're fired. God. You're my model. Where's Betsy Fretwell? She's not here. She has one, and I have one, but it was too fat to wear today. Anyway, these bands are being offered. They're a rubber band that you have around your wrist with a plate that has your name and 2 other people that you want called in an emergency. There are other things that you can sign up for that would tell your blood count and all of this if it were different. But it's most important for fire and rescue and our first responders to be able to know immediately if you're unconscious who they're supposed to be in touch with. They include, as I said, the person's name and phone number, maybe address, I'm not sure, and emergency contact information. The information absolutely can be a lifesaver, and I'm happy this discounted service is being offered to our residents. Simply go ahead and visit, and you don't have anything to write down, but it's roadid.com/Las Vegas. And you can find it on our website, or just call any of our councilmen's offices or Esther Carter at City Hall. And we're very excited about these bands being available, because when my son was unconscious, they had no idea who to get in touch with. And when you out at the last minute you want to go shopping, and you think, oh, I'll just leave all my ID at home, I'm just going to run around the corner, and something happens, this is a way for you to make sure that you have the best care and the quickest. So anyway, for our first item, I took over your first item there, Councilman Barlow. You're our first item, all by himself, from Ward 5. Isn't this amazing how we're all in black and gray today? And navy blue.
It's a team effort.
Yes. Navy blue.
Who has navy blue?
You. And you do.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Wonderful, wonderful. It's so good to see so many beautiful faces here today. Today I have the privilege and the esteemed honor to recognize a wonderful young lady who has been a contributor to Ward 5 for many years, and of course to her senior community, the Louise Shelk. Did I say that right? Thank you so very much. The Louise Shell Senior Community. It is my honor to bring forward, as I share with you, just a snapshot of her wonderful background, Miss Elwanda Russell. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes. She's such a lovely young lady. Have her come through and shake everyone's hand. Come and shake everyone's hand, because I want you to come and stand next to me as I share the wonderful background of this young lady. You can stand right here. And Gerald, where's Gerald? Gerald is the property manager. Come forward, Gerald, because I want you to stand to my left. If you'll stand here. Gerald looked like he's been inside my closet, Mayor.
Oh, no, you know why? I always stand behind Councilman Barlow, and I want to watch something. Could you turn, let the back? How's that?
Wow. Right. He's been on the weights. He's been on the weights.
Good for the goose, good for the gander. Turn. No other way.
What is it? Are we showmen today? Right. Well, good to see you both here. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Russell was born in Tyler, Texas on January 8th. She's a Capricorn like me. Oh, no wonder I like her. All right. Right. She was born January 8th, 1934, if you don't mind us sharing that.
No.
She said, no, don't mind it at all. She moved to Las Vegas in 1962 to Ward 5, where she has remained throughout the years. Currently, she lives, as I mentioned before, at Louise Shell Senior Apartments, located at 2101 North Martin Luther King Boulevard, where Gerald is the property manager. Ms. Russell exemplifies what it means to be a good citizen. I had the honor of presenting her with the Ward 5 Good Citizen Certificate in September 9th, 2014, and you're so welcome. And each and every time I visit Louise Shell Apartments, whether it's to play Barlow Bingo or to deliver Thanksgiving turkeys, Ms. Russell is on hand and ready to provide assistance to the Ward 5 staff to ensure that we have everything we need to make the visit successful. We've come to expect to see her smiling face each and every time we visit the development there. More importantly, I'm impressed with her ongoing acts of kindness and charitable contributions to her friends and neighbors. She's a member of the Resident Council Committee and the chairperson of her weekly bingo game. Ms. Russell does not drive. However, it does not stop her from traveling by bus or on foot to shop for gifts for Barlow Bingo or for bingo at the Senior Center. So she's always on the go. In more cases than few, she has shared her own personal money to ensure that there are enough gifts and prizes for the game. In addition, she also shops for personal items and groceries for residents who are unable to shop for themselves. Ms. Russell is concerned about her neighbors who are ill or bed-stricken. She takes time to attend their needs, and she is readily available to provide all necessary assistance. She also sends out greeting cards and words of comfort for encouragement for each and every one of her residents. Ms. Russell is a member of the Captive Free Christian Center, where she is the mother of her church. Additionally, she is the secretary of the Sunday school. She opens the church each and every Sunday and stands at the front door to greet the members as they enter. Miss, are you sure you're not the pastor? The pastor's here? Well, come forward, Pastor. You can come forward too. Good to see you, Pastor. Well, come and stand with your member here. It'll be a family affair today. Absolutely. Miss Russell is 80 years old and is healthier than I am.
81.
She said 81. And she's still healthier than I am. She has an amazing spirit and energy that is unmatched as she moves about serving those around her. Gerald Jackson, to my immediate left, is the manager, as I mentioned, of the Louise Shell Apartments. And when he was notified that Miss Russell was chosen as the Ward 5 Citizen of the Month, he stated, in his words, "She is an exceptional resident and is worthy to receive recognition of this kind." Gerald further stated that she is a blessing to their community and is a fine candidate to receive this Ward 5 and City of Las Vegas honor. Ms. Russell's community spirit of giving is remarkable, and her helping hands are tireless. And now, I would like to ask that all residents of Louise Shell Apartments, as well as the mayor and the entire Las Vegas City Council, join with me in recognizing Ms. Elwanda Russell as the Ward 5 Citizen of the Month. Congratulations. But thank you all so very much. Before I give Ms. Russell the microphone, I would just like the property manager, Gerald, just to say a few words in regards to all the residents, to include Ms. Russell. Thank you, Gerald.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Again, as Councilman Barlow stated, that it is truly a blessing for me to be a property manager of Louise Shell Senior Apartments. Not only do I come into work every day with the same attitude and consistency, but I always feel that it's because of their struggles and the things that they've been through prior to me getting here, which allows me to have an education, which allows me to dress, which allows me to sit at the desk and do the fine job that I try to do every day. Ms. Russell is an exceptional woman. I've been there 5 years now, and I've seen her work endlessly to assist in the community and what we do there to try and keep an active community there. Ms. Russell, I just want to let you know that you are truly a blessing to me. Your words of encouragement, you always give me, you uplift me every single day with words of encouragement, prayer. You bring me cards every single month, and I'm just such an honor just to get cards from you every single month. Sometimes I come into work and there's just cards on my desk, on the floor. They're all over the place, and I just want to say it's truly a blessing to be standing here with you, and congratulations on this award. You truly deserve it, and I love you so much.
Thank you, man. Beautiful words. Now let's hear from Miss Russell.
First thing I like to do, thank God for being here. And thank God I lived long enough to be able to help somebody along the way.
That's right.
Because, you know, once you help somebody, God sees what you're doing. But if you sit around and do nothing like half of our people do, I can't do that. I can't sit. I got to move. That's me. I walk every day. I guess that's why I'm healthy. But along with God keeping me healthy. Because my pastor, right here, this is my pastor, Billy G. Miller, he told me, Mother Ross, I've never seen you sick. That's because I got God on my side. And when I feel a pain, I go on my knees and thank God for it. And then it's gone. But I really enjoy this. I really do. I enjoy the people that came out to stand up for me. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. I love you with all my heart.
Thank you, Miss Russell. And on behalf of the mayor, we need to put some sticky on that so it won't slide out. And on behalf of the mayor and the entire Las Vegas City Council, we would like to present you with the Citizen of the Month, the Ward 5 Citizen of the Month. Let's give her another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yes? And Miss Russell, and for all the community to enjoy, to the immediate left, you see that? You see the sign right here to my immediate left?
Yeah.
Your name is on that sign, and it will be posted outside of City Hall for the entire month of March. So for the entire community to see, all right? So you're up in lights. So we're gonna go take a picture next to your sign, all right? Come on, Gerald. Pastor, come on, you, please.
That was nice. Thank you. And yes, you are really loved. So we wish you well, and hopefully the construction will be stopping soon in front of City Hall so you can see your sign very close up. Aha. And Councilman Beer said, now everybody can see it right here. It went already. Boy, are you fast, Mr. Radke. You could have seen it very well. But anyway, congratulations. We're very proud of you. Very proud. For our next item, we're celebrating a great team of city employees, and I'd like to invite our Parks and Recreation Director, Tim Hacker, to join us at the podium for this presentation. Thanks. Morning. Okay. Hi, how are you? The Action Team recognizes a team of employees who are superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stand for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. This month's team is the city's aquatics unit. This group of 6 employees runs the largest aquatics program in the valley, putting together classes and activities at the city's 2 year-round and 4 year-round seasonal pools. Each year, more than 55,000 people use the pools, and this group of employees oversee more than 50 lifeguards. The team actually trains 150 new lifeguards who not only work at the city pools but also work in our resort corridors, ensuring the safety of visitors to Las Vegas. This extraordinary team has built a program that's constantly evolving and creates activities for all ages to enjoy. Every member of the aquatics unit plays a vital role, and I'd like to have each team member join us up here at the podium as I call your name. First, we have Tammy Hawkins, who oversees the group. Where are you, Tammy? Over here on this side. I'm looking in different places. Hi, Tammy. Good morning. We also have Rachel Harmon and Erin Clark, David Lunn, Daniel Malloy, and Willie Henderson. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. What a great team. Healthy, too, I can assure you. This group focuses on creating positive programs to bring customers into our city facilities. They have achieved national recognition through their water exercise and therapy programs, as well as through our junior lifeguard camps that they manage. The city has had an aquatics unit for nearly 70 years, though none of these folks were around when they started, unless they're very well preserved. No. Councilman Coffin may have used the city pools. I've seen him on our website jumping into things, but maybe as a small boy in those early days, you were enjoying one of those facilities. With more than 200 unique classes and programs offered annually, this unit is definitely tops in the state. A recent survey conducted by Discovery Nevada showed that our aquatics programs are extremely popular, with more than 42% of the respondents saying they have taken a swimming course from the city. Thank you, each and every one of you, so much for your hard work and dedication. And we want to present each of you with a special certificate. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have those? Wonderful. I'm going to give them to you to give out. Special certificate, and we'd love to hear a few words from you, Tim, as you talk about this great group. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor did a good job of really outlining the challenges that is faced by this group day in and day out and year-round. Having to train new lifeguards, having to offer so many programs, again, with the customer always in the forefront of their minds and their efforts. And Tammy and her team are exceptional at what they do. They do it with enthusiasm. They bring great energy, and whenever they're called upon, they will step forward and they will do what they can to serve the community. They also are led by Mike Collins. I wanted to mention that as a supervisor. Ed Jost has had a long tenure of working with them as well in our department. I want to mention him as well. And again, I just want to thank you all for what you do day in and day out. And Tammy, if you have anything to say, that'd be great.
Thank you so much to our supervisors for nominating us for the Action Team Award, and thank you to the Mayor and City Council for recognizing us at today's meeting. I've been with I've had the pleasure of being on this aquatics unit for not 70 years, but nearly 10 years, and what we do every day and every year couldn't be done if it wasn't for the efforts of our team here. We all have a great passion for what we do, whether that be bringing wonderful, exciting new programs to our swimming pools or through our leadership and our mentorship and the training of our staff to make sure that our pools are safe and free from any drownings. So this award truly validates that what we do and what we bring to our community is important, it's necessary, and it's pretty awesome. So thank you so much.
Having worked with a lot of young people over the years, my first thought was, wow, 150 lifeguard openings. Give us some of the information. One, how old do you have to be? And two, how would they apply? And what do they do going through the process, if you would, Tammy?
We do hire anywhere between 40 and 80 staff on a year-round basis, lifeguards all the way to instructors that teach swimming lessons. We hire pool managers. We also hire cashiers. They just simply have to go onto the NeoGov website and apply for one of our aquatics positions, and then we will give them a call and have them come in for a tryout and an interview. They have to be 16 years old. And right now we do have a program going on to where if we train an employee through our lifeguarding course, hire them, and they work for us for 3 months, we will pay for their course. So there is an incentive for young folks out there to get certified and work for the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you. A great round of applause again for all of you. Thank you for what you do. And again, the website for anybody that's 16 or over that loves the water and wants to get involved in city life. Hold on. Website.
City of www.cityoflasvegas.gov. LasVegasNevada.gov.
Sorry about that. Sorry. All right. Anyway, that's just grand. Congratulations. You're very lucky. Aren't you? Yes. Thank you all. Congratulations. And leadership, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. For our next item, it's my pleasure to ask Lisa Habahorse, the Executive Director of Spread the Word Nevada, to join us at the podium as we celebrate Nevada Reading Week. For more than 30 years, the state of Nevada has celebrated Reading Week with people from the community taking time out of their days to visit schools and read to students. I've done this many, many times over the past decades, and in fact, just 2 days ago was at Vale Pittman Elementary School reading to them. What a wonderful experience it is to meet students and encourage a love of reading. Nothing more valuable, more important to a child's education than being able to read. And the younger a child starts doing so, the better. Spread the Word Nevada, which you're going to hear about in a minute, has done an amazing job leading this annual celebration. It's a 501c3, meaning not-for-profit organization that donates books to schools all over the city to promote literacy. The group also donated 2,000 books to the city's Safe Key program for the Apple Corps reading program. And Lisa, I want to present you with this proclamation. Thank you very much. Thank you. With this proclamation declaring this day, March 4th, 2014, as Spread the Word Nevada Day in honor of Nevada Reading Work. Thank you, Reading Week. Boy, I'm having tongue troubles. Thank you for all that you do in our community, and we'd love to hear from you. We appreciate it. We congratulate you and everybody that works in what you're doing. You're helping equalize everybody through education. We appreciate this, and the microphone's yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members. We're really excited to be here. This is just a few of our workers. Cindy Hensel's here today. She directs all of our programs. And Pam Lang is our Director of Development. We are a nonprofit. We have a good-sized team, about 17 employees. Most of us are out working today in the schools. We have over guest readers coming to over 300 classrooms this week. We have our children reading and keeping logs of their reading. So we have a fundraiser going on called Pennies for Pages. The more they read, people support them in their reading. And then we also have a lot of schools doing book drives for us. What we do is we give books to children who can't afford them for their homes. So we're creating home libraries in most of our at-risk schools. We're in 33 schools across the valley, 12 of which are in the city district, but we're growing. Our goal is to be at 60 schools in the next 5 years, and these are very low-income schools, 80% or higher free reduced lunch stats. And so we're just really excited. A lot of working with second language learners, helping get English into the home, English books, and so forth. We do a family literacy program where their parents come and we help the whole family with reading. And we also do a mentoring program where we ask for citizens from the community who would like to work with a struggling reader for an hour a week for 12 weeks and help that child and mentor and read with them, their buddy. So we do all of those programs. We've been doing that for about the last 14 years, and we just keep growing, and we're excited.
How does anybody volunteer to work with you? What do they do?
Any group is welcome, and any individual. Just come to our website, is spreadthewordnevada.org, or you can just, call us, call the office. We have volunteer coordinator. We'll get you set up. We don't turn away anybody. We love being part of the community, and it really takes all of us. There's no way 17 people can do everything we've been doing. We touch right now we're serving, 30, gosh, my numbers are going to get all confused. About 35,000 books a month. We've done 3 million in the last 14 years, so we're excited. Thank you for this honor. It's great.
We're honored by what you do, and we thank you. So volunteer, everybody. Check that website out so you can get involved and read. Wonderful. Thank you. Congratulations. Councilman Ross. Thank you again. What have you got there?
I have bling bling.
You have bling bling. I like this.
You know, Mayor, we've got great volunteers, great citizens in our city, great employees that work for the city of Las Vegas. And as they were up here, the aquatics team, it reminded me, Councilman Barlow, remember the Lorenzi Pool used to be there? When I was 10 years old, oh, I'm much older than you, I forgot. I learned how to play water polo in Lorenzi's Pool from your aquatics department. Just thought I'd share that little bit of trivia and history with you. Mayor, and council members and folks in the audience today, we've got some great students with us today. We are going to recognize the Northwest Career and Technical Academy 2015 Nevada Science Bowl champions. With me, Jake Cray, Mackenzie Wooten, Kevin O'Neill couldn't be here, Dakota Jones, Riley Simpson, and Coach David Gray. Did Mrs. Bauman make it? No, she's absent. Does she have a note? Just checking. Just check. She's doing 2 jobs. Okay. This incredible team of young people, I call it Northwest Tech, by the way, because Northwest Career and Technical Academy is a mouthful. You all understand that, right? So don't hold that against me. On January 31st, 32 teams from 29 high schools across Nevada and parts of California and Utah competed in the Nevada Science Bowl. The Northwest Career and Technical Academy won $5,000 for their school's math, science department, and all expenses paid trip to Washington, D.C. at the end of April for the Department of Energy's National Science Bowl. Frank, I knew you'd appreciate that too. Isn't that great? They will represent both the City of Las Vegas community and the state of Nevada at the national championship. The mission of the Northwest Career and Technical Academy is to boldly educate today's learners for tomorrow's challenges by developing advanced skills, unique hands-on experiences in a professional setting, utilizing community partnerships, innovative ideas, and contemporary technologies. I almost said boldly go where no man has gone before. This Nevada Science Bowl team lived up to every letter of that mission statement by powerfully plotting through the other participants and emerging from the 32-team competition to win the championship of the 2015 Nevada Science Bowl. Are they not incredible or what? Give them a round of applause. Now, Coach, I've got some certificates of recognition for them. Talk to us about this team, and then who's the team captain? He's ditching too, and with no note, right? Kevin's ditching. Coach?
Most of the students have been at least 3 or 4 years on the team, and we've gotten so close twice. Last year and the year before, we were second place. Just came that close. So we're really enthused about representing the state of Nevada. This is Dakota Jones. He's a senior this year, so I'm going to lose him. And he's going to be going to BYU. Biochemistry, right?
Yeah, or some chemistry or chemical engineering.
Chemical engineering.
Sure. Say it again, Dakota.
I'll definitely be going into some field of chemistry or maybe chemical engineering or biochemistry next year.
Wow. Riley, tell a little bit about yourself here.
I'm Riley. I'm interested in neurology and journalism.
What grade?
Oh, I'm in 11th grade.
And I'm Steve.
You're interested in?
Yeah, everything.
I'm Mackenzie Wooten. I'm also in 11th grade, and I hope to go into some sort of engineering, maybe nuclear engineering.
Wow.
I'm Jake Cray, and I'm a junior. I'm really interested in architecture. I hope to pursue to be an architect, whether it's residential or environmental, and hopefully I can get into SciArc or maybe Rensselaer.
Wow, very impressive. Coach, you want to finish up?
So we just have one last thing to say, and that's go Hawks!
Go Hawks, yeah, all right. Mayor, did you want to say something? Coach, that's for the team. And each of them gets a good luck. Mayor Chip, wow, I feel really out of my league, Mayor and council members. We are in good hands for the future of our city, I would say. Coach, wouldn't you say so? Now, I've got a couple of bling-bling bags here, and this is I got to read a couple of the questions. And what's going to happen is I'm going to read a couple of the questions, and if someone in the audience has the right answer, you get the bling bag. with the City of Las Vegas goodies in it. If no one in the audience can answer these questions, before I give the microphone back to the mayor, go on Twitter, find my Twitter handle, and tweet the right answer to me, and you win the bling bling. Now here's question 22. The category is Earth and Science. The short answer: what metric relates wind speed to observed conditions at land or at sea? You guys are not eligible to answer the question. Anybody? Anybody? No, wrong answer. So put it on Twitter. Here's the 22, the second part of question 22, the short answer. This is also the category of Earth and Science. The Hertzsprung-Russell diagram shows the relationship between what two parameters? Anyone in the audience got that off the top of your head? Councilman Barlow's helping. Temperature is 1. Okay. I look forward to your answers on Twitter. Give these kids another great round of applause. We're very, very spoiled in the city of Las Vegas. Thanks, Coach. Mayor?
Councilman Beer said Councilman Barlow gets half a bag. Congratulations, Coach. Team, great. Now, how are we going to recruit more people for the future? How about your freshmen and sophomores? Are they part of the grooming process? Okay. Freshmen are eligible? Congratulations, both to you. That's what you're doing? You're out there recruiting?
Yeah, we even have a B team, and they didn't get...
And it's going to be on TV, so market yourself.
Yeah, market.
My school even has a B team for their science bowl, and they wanted to compete this year, but we weren't able to because other schools signed up at the last minute. But I would say that with getting first place at the competition this year, our science bowl club is going to get a lot more popular, and it should definitely succeed next year as well.
Congratulations. So do they contact you or Coach Grace? Who do they contact if they're a freshman or a sophomore and want to get on board?
They would just contact myself, David Grade, coach, and there's usually a coach at each school, so they would contact that coach as well.
Wonderful. Proud of you. Great. We're going to take a picture here? Okay. All right, here we go. Come on in. Water's fine. Come on in, Councilman. And congratulations, parents. Wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that's the end of our ceremonials, and we will go ahead with the rest of the meeting momentarily. Thank you for your attention. Okay, we've got 4 of us here, wandering, but we're here. So we're on to agenda item 10? Okay. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed to speak may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute. Thank you very much, and please state your name.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Ann Coleman, and I would like to present some paperwork for you to see. Can someone pick it up for me? Yeah, they can pass it. As you know, this is due process of the law in which I'm speaking upon. I am a lobbyist since 2009 and also 2010. This is concerning...
Excuse me 1 moment. I will not count this time of yours. Is Councilman Barlow over there? Because we don't have a quorum. Okay, you're right there. No, that's fine. Thank you. Please continue and add some extra seconds for her.
Thank you.
Sorry.
As I stated, this is due process of the law, and I have been a lobbyist since 2009 and also 2011 and now 2015. I'm still requesting for the reimbursement concerning the due process of the law. The court order is writ of execution and writ of garnishment that is going into exemptions against the board in the state capitol. Now, I am the solution to your problem. I am not the problem. The problem has been placed upon me. I have a grandson that is suffering so bad due to the fact that there's 2 lawyers that is representing him is interfering with the due process of this court order and is taking advantage of him, persecuting me. And I'm here to speak up to see if you could help me. I'm still not receiving any money. I'm in District 5. I'm in Barlow's district. Pardon me? Pardon me?
I said, just make sure you vote for me.
I will. I'm going to contact you. This is concerning a home and living arrangements right now. And also my grandson that's in about to lose his life due to false representation.
I did allow you, Ms. Coleman, I did allow you extra time, so I'm going to ask if you'll see Mr. Mitchell over there from Councilman Barlow's office once again, and he'll schedule an appointment.
I would appreciate it, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard at this time? Then I'll close the hearing, the public portion. We'll move on to agenda item 11 for possible action. Any items that the council staff and or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 50, SUP 55256, applicant Positive Space, owner the MedMen of Nevada, LLC, 2908 Highland Drive. And item number 51, DIR 56402, applicant the MedMen of Nevada, LLC, doing business as MedMen, 2908 Highland Drive. Staff has asked those 2 items be stricken, and that is my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 12. Items 12 through 28 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Staff has requested that item 15 be pulled forward. Are there any other items the council wishes to be brought forward?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, please.
Item 13 and 14,
13 and 14?
as well as 24.
13, 14, and 24. Okay. So we'll have a motion on that, please, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 12 through 28, except for 13, 14, 20, 13, 14, 15, and 24, which will be heard separately.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Okay, let's start, because I know there was an earlier request for, and since there are people here on this, let's go ahead with agenda item 15. It's an abeyance item for possible action to approve the inclement weather shelter interlocal agreement that shares funding between the cities of Las Vegas and North Las Vegas, Henderson, Boulder City, and Clark County, with the city of Las Vegas's contribution being $179,027.70. General fund allocations is in reference to all wards. The interlocal agreement provides $596,759 in shared funding for fiscal year 2014-15, specifically for inclement weather shelters, which provide shelter during extremely hot days and cold nights. All local jurisdictions contribute on a population basis. Formula: the city of Las Vegas's proportionate share is what I read, $179,027.70. These funds are used to operate the inclement weather shelter program, which is administered by Catholic Charities, our Salvation Army, and I saw Kelly Pontzler here as well, Shade Tree, and Hope Link of Southern Nevada. This item was held in abeyance from February 18th, 2015 City Council meeting.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Steve Harson, Director of Community Services for the City of Las Vegas. Staff is requesting that we want to change the funding source with this item for the inclement weather shelters. Initially, we were we're proposing to use general funds with the interpretation that RDA set-aside funds for affordable housing is an eligible use. We think that's a better fit and opens a lot of opportunities that we can look at other venues or avenues to address the homeless issue. I do have the Salvation Army, Catholic Charities, and Shade Tree, who are the primary shelter providers who benefit from this program here if you do have any questions. But at this point, we just want to change the funding source.
Okay, any comments, questions from council here? Please.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. In relation to changing the funding source, this is something that everyone has agreed upon. Mr. Harson?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm in support of that. Moving forward, I do want to mention, in addition to that, that I believe last week, we had an extensive conversation starting, I believe, in the top of the hour to include the bottom of the day, working with the providers inside of the Corridor of Hope in regards to a number of issues as well as applications that will be coming before Planning Commission and as well as the City of Las Vegas, eventually this council. And I just really enjoyed speaking with all of the providers who are all engaged and who are all looking at the protection and how to improve and better the quality of life of those individuals that they represent each and every day, trying to provide them resources necessary in order to lift them up, to assure that they will have an opportunity to get back out to be productive citizens in the community again. And so I just wanted to basically, just congratulate all of the providers and just really encourage them to continue the lines of communication amongst all of them to make sure that we continue to protect that corridor and improve it each and every day that we come in to work. And so I just really wanted to just basically open up my microphone to say, thank you for your support as we continue to support your efforts.
And I just also, Metro is another key aspect. They've been a great partner working with us, so thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
And with that, you will make a motion? Please.
Yes, I'll move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And meanwhile, all of you who are involved in these wonderful social services, could you please stand up? I see you here, and we want to applaud you and thank you because you do so much for our community. Thank you. Thank you very much. And that motion carried. I think I saw it unanimously. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move on to agenda item 13, which is pulled forward once I unclip this. Hold on one second, please. For possible action to approve the ratification of the Commission for the Las Vegas Centennial funding allocation of $100,000 for the production of the 2015 Eldorado Parade located on downtown 4th Street Parade Route, $100,000 Commission for the Las Vegas Centennial Fund, Ward 5, and Councilman Barlow's. And I think I'm going to read 14 with it. Is that all right, Cowboy?
Yes, ma'am.
Very handsome. And this is an additional allocation here for possible action to approve the ratification of the Commission for the Las Vegas Centennial funding allocation of $330,000 for the production of the 2015 Eldorado Parade on parcels C, D, E, F, and G in the area of Symphony Park, bounded by Grand Central Parkway, Clark Avenue, City Parkway, and again in Ward 5. So, good morning. So you're going to speak to both of these, and we'll vote on them separately, but have at it.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of the council, and Cowboy. For the record, Ted Olivas, your Chief of Staff. I'm joined here by Esther Carter, who works in my department, but she's also, as you know, responsible for the Centennial Commission. She's the Executive Director. The two items before you relate to the Eldorado Parade and the Eldorado Rodeo. The Centennial Commission requirements say that once the Commission approves an item, if it's over $100,000, you as the City Council are required to ratify that previous vote. Both of these have been approved by the Commission, and that's why it's on the agenda for your review this morning.
Thank you. I thought I fired you this morning for not having your ID bracelet.
You did, but I brought my model.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So for the record, we do have a road ID band. I call it the Oh My God band.
Good.
If something bad happens, unfortunately, bad things happen to good people. And I can tell you, as a user of this, if when
Look, it's up. I mean, so put it right back. Turn your wrist over, please. There it goes.
Is it there?
Perfect.
If you can read the bottom line on this road ID, it says, if you're reading this, help.
Excellent.
Okay?
And that's true.
Because that's why I have this. And you know that we do quite a bit of travel to Carson City and Washington and otherwise. And I use this so that my family can be notified if something bad happens. So I'm very much a proponent of that.
Fine.
And I'm
You
sorry that I
saved her.
missed the
She's
presentation
rehired.
this morning.
Okay, she's rehired because of her
Thank you.
tag team. Okay, comments, questions on
Yes.
13 and 14, Councilman Barlow? Okay.
Yes, Mayor.
Cowboy.
But I cannot help but to follow up on her model. So do we call him Model T? Somebody will catch that later.
I'm not that old.
I wanted to bring this forward because this was a conversation in regards to the Eldorado that was brought forward during the Centennial Board meeting. A number of commissioners, and Mayor, if you recall, had questions in regards to not the Centennial, but the Eldorado moving forward. And I wanted to bring this forward to basically say this is something that I truly believe, from a cultural standpoint, provides an element of culture to our community, a long-lasting history that we can continue to wrap our arms around. And as we look for a permanent location, I believe that we have an opportunity to keep the Eldorado in the downtown community for many more years to come. And so I wanted to bring it forward to at least begin that conversation to even if that means directing staff to really assist in identifying a location. As to a permanent home, it's something that I would like to request moving forward. Not to beat a dead horse, but being that the stadium is dead, maybe this will be a site that we could talk about as far as a replacement moving forward, so that the Eldorado will at least for now have a permanent location moving forward until something else is developed at this site. And so I wanted to bring it forward to share my comments on the record, to say that I am most definitely in support of continuing to do all that we can as a council to keep this cultural historic event in the downtown community. So thank you so very much, and I'll move for approval of item number 13, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. This motion, agenda item 13, and almost it ran away. It was there briefly.
Thank you.
There we are. Thank you both. Please vote and please post on agenda item 13. Motion carries. And agenda item 14, Councilman?
And on agenda item 14, Mayor and Council, I do have a concern as we move forward to talk about another item as it relates to the arena site, or I should say the stadium site, as to would this preclude the Eldorado, depending on how we vote on that item, would this preclude, for example, the Eldorado from being able to participate on this parcel of land? So I just want to bring that forward just to get everyone to start thinking about it as we prepare to discuss a future line item. And so, being that this has nothing to do with the other, I do know that it could possibly be potentially a part of what we can and cannot do on this site moving forward. So as of right now, I'll move forward for approval of this item subject to all conditions, but keeping in mind that this is a question that I'll be asking as it relates to the future item that's coming before us today. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 14. Please vote and please post. And then I believe we pulled forward number 24. So agenda item 24, excuse me, and that motion carried. I failed to say that. For possible action to approve a cooperative agreement between the State of Nevada Department of Transportation, NDOT, to replace agreement RO 4314-1015, and for the City of Las Vegas City to program funding to be obligated by NDOT for engineering, design, right-of-way, and construction of local road improvements located along the I-15 and adjacent arterials from US 95 to Sahara, referred to as Project Neon, Grand Central / Industrial Connector, GCI, and Neon Gateway Project. This is in wards 1, 3, and 5. Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilman Coffin, and Councilman Barlow. And good morning.
Good morning, Mayor. My name is David Bowers, Public Works Director for the City of Las Vegas. And basically what this is a modification of an existing agreement with NDOT for Project Neon. And what they've allowed us to do is incorporate more of the surface street, the city work, into the overall project. And what this is going to do is allow us to build the Grand Central Connector extension south from where it is now at Charleston, across Charleston, over the railroad tracks, and tied into industrial. So it's going to be a nice addition to this project for the city.
And will that be handled independently, and can it be done in advance, so we're not totally tied up in the unspaghettiing of the spaghetti bowl?
You know, the Grand Central Connector, the major obstacle there is going to be the right-of-way. So what we're going to do is we've already started working on acquiring right-of-way for that, but it's going to take probably another 18 months to 2 years to complete. So it's going to be following behind a lot of the work, but it's still going to be done during the project, but probably towards the back end just because of the right-of-way acquisition.
And was my understanding, and sitting on the LVCVA, the Convention of Visitors Authority Board, with Councilman Ross, that this project, the Project Neon, looks to have its disruptiveness in a 3 to 5 year timeline?
That's correct. My understanding, it should be starting in 2016. It's a design build process now. So they'll be out there doing construction sooner with the design build process. But I wouldn't expect it to take any longer than 4 years. You know, until the design's finalized, we can't say for sure. You know, and we'll keep you updated as progress is made.
And will the city be showing on its website the disruption, where it will be as we move forward, so people can pre-plan how they move around getting into town? Will all that be available to the public?
Yes, there will be a website. It won't be the cities. It will be NDOT's since it's their project. But there will be a lot of public outreach, communication through the website, and communication through you as the council staff as well. In fact, there's going to be an update scheduled for April 1st to help give you an idea of where we're at.
Because the hope is, of course, that auxiliary changes to the Spaghetti Bowl area in the downtown will be built, leaving everything as it is, so we can keep moving, and then open up the new pieces, closing down the old. So
True.
Not knowing that, but I've had that request, many phone calls to the office, emails, and requests as I'm out speaking.
Yeah, we'll make sure we make extra efforts to keep traffic flowing to the best possibility. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. So, Councilman Barlow, are you, since you asked this to be pulled forward?
Yes.
Sorry. So do you want to move for its approval?
Move for approval, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a motion to approve agenda item 24. Thank you, Mr. Bowers. Please vote and please post.
I think.
The motion carries. So we move on to agenda item 29. Is that where we are right now? Thank you. This is discussion for possible action regarding the call for an appointment of members to the ballot question committees for the Parks Protection Committee Initiative petition. Surprise. This is agenda item 29.
Yes. Good morning, Mayor and Council. We did not receive any applications for the committee.
So,
I'm sorry, Luann Holmes, acting city clerk. Thank you.
therefore, will we post that request and keep it open, or is the subject closed?
Mayor, if I could step in for a moment. This is an opportunity, if the council wants to recommend individuals that you may be aware of that would like to sit on either side of writing for this question, this would be a good time to put their name onto the record, and we'll contact them. I think that Councilman Beers has got one person already. If the council does not make suggestions, then the law requires that the clerk and I get together and write the for and against.
Say that one more time. What does the law require?
The law requires that the clerk and I get together and write the for and against if there is not a committee.
Thank you very much. Which is will be on our website as well as printed in all print media? Or what is the requirement there?
Well, the requirement is that the committees get together and write the for or against, or that we do, and then they get reconciled. So if there's a committee, potentially one side could write something objectionable or too much hyperbole. The committees would have to reconcile the language then. But at that point in time, once it's reconciled, that would become the language that would become part of the ballot question.
Okay. So since this was to be a motion, what do we do with this from council?
I would open it now to all your fellow council members to see if anybody has the names of anybody who would wish to sit on the committee on the for or against side. Identify the person by name. Identify if they're going to write the for the petition or against the petition. And we'll make sure that they're contacted.
And does that mean, too, that those who are listening during this meeting, they can contact the city at this point and submit their name?
I think the formal process for contacting the city was through the advertising process, but certainly if somebody wants to contact us now, we'll listen. We're trying to keep the committees not too big because we want to get this done fairly promptly.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, please.
What are the qualifications one must have in order to be on the for or against side?
Basically read and write.
I can't hear you.
Basically read and write. You don't have to be a resident of the city. It should be an individual that is familiar with the best argument for and the best argument against, and that can articulate that argument. There's no formal requirement for a committee member.
So how would we as council members make that determination, even at that basic level, as to whether or not they are familiar or even equipped to participate in that process?
It would just be through talking with your constituent. If they were to contact you and say, I'm interested, it would just be up to you to ask them why and what side they'd want to be on, and you just make your own indeterminate evaluation. It's somewhat subjective.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Councilman Beers, do you want to suggest your name? And then I'm going to ask anybody that's listening that's interested, the process, I'll repeat it, but
Mayor, if I may, for the record, Mark Vincent, Chief Financial Officer. The only the issue that we have with today's schedule is that the clerk has briefed you previously that in order to make the deadline for the ballot question being on the next general election, we need to get the committee going quickly. We really need to form it tomorrow.
And what do you mean
time
by
is of-
quickly? Give us
Well, our
24,
goal was to-
48 hours?
Our goal was to establish it tomorrow, and we were to establish the committee today for start of the committee work tomorrow. So speed is of the essence in order to make the ballot question.
And therefore, City Clerk, your extension, it's 702-229.
6311.
6311.
Mayor,
229-6311.
let me say this. If you want ballot committees, you need to do it today. You
Okay,
need to appoint them
today.
today.
Fine.
And then we will start the work on the ballot committees. Your other alternative is to not appoint a ballot committee and have Brad and Luann do the work.
Okay.
And then that will show up on the agenda, the ballot in June.
Okay. Great, thank you. And Councilman Beers, you had a name, please.
A question first. Can we delegate the appointment authority to, say, the city attorney and the city manager for the next 48 hours?
I don't know why not, to be honest with you. I'll tell you what would happen if you did not designate a committee is I would reach out anyway to other individuals and get their input without writing it alone. So it would happen very similar to what you've just suggested.
City attorney has notified me that a former city attorney staff member named Bill Henry has expressed an interest in writing the side of the ballot question in favor. And so I would suggest that he be appointed to the committee.
Good question.
On that side. I don't know Mr. Henry, but I believe Brad said he's an attorney, so that sounds like he surely meets the prerequisite literacy that we're
Having
seeking.
two sons and a husband who's an attorney, I'm not sure. However, the question asked by Councilman Barlow was, would somebody on this committee be in a paid position, or is this totally a cappella?
Not paid.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we're good with that. Do we need to vote on this then?
Well, that's
Mayor-
only one side. So that would be.
It's only one side.
If you agreed that Bill Henry would be the committee to write the for section.
Well, this is the first real discussion that we've had on Channel 2 here at this meeting. And so presumably there are folks watching at home on both sides of the issue. And that's why I wondered if we could, for 48 hours or 36 hours, delegate our city manager and city attorney jointly can appoint additional members to the two sides committees.
Sounds
in
good.
order to be able to hit our tight time deadline, but also be able to solicit members of the public to participate in this.
If I could ask you to phrase the motion, I'm sorry, Mayor, if I could ask you to phrase the motion maybe in the alternative, then that would be to favor a committee approach as opposed to the city clerk, city attorney approach, to nominate Mr. Henry to be the individual to write the for, and to delegate to Betsy and I to find somebody to write the against portion, and failure to do so, the default would be for the clerk and I to write it. I think that we
Sounds
can
good.
probably put that committee together very quickly.
Okay, Councilman Barlow has a comment?
Mayor, I think just even cleaner than that, Brad, I believe that we just direct the city attorney and the city clerk to move forward, because you were going to do it anyway. I don't think we need to name anyone by name. You just move forward with putting everything together, using those individuals who reach out to you, whether they're on the for or the against side. And it's just cleaner that way. And that way you are the default, but basically running both parallel tracks. That would be the cleanest way to do it.
Okay, and Councilman Coffin, please add to that.
The only thing that makes me nervous about this approach using staff is that we, and I mean even the law requires it or says it's an option, NRS does, but it's putting city staff in the middle again in an unending argument between the members of the council. And I'm just wondering if maybe the members of the council are prohibited from drafting the pro-con on this. And I would say without having to name names, the council members who are involved could get together, and we know when we're lying and when we're telling the truth, so we can kind of work it out ourselves and present it to some unbiased group and say, that looks okay? If it looks okay, it probably is okay. So I'm just saying I'd rather not keep the staff stuck in the middle of this firestorm, and let's just take it on ourselves within our own body. And then, is that permitted, for example?
Yes, it is permitted.
Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Took us a year and a half to get to this point. I'm not sure that we're capable of moving with the requisite speed.
Well, you and I have done these things before, Bob. I know we've been involved in them, so, we do know.
Perhaps if I could make a suggestion, I talked to the city manager. One option would be to recess this until a couple of days or till tomorrow and have the names and then have you vote on that. Another would just be to simply delegate Mr. Henry as the for committee, delegate to the manager and I the responsibility to find another person to write the against, and we'll make sure we get this done on time.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow, you're going to make a motion. I feel it.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we direct the city clerk as well as the city attorney to move forward to working with the city manager in order to devise a for and against ballot petition and allowing them the authority to use any members of the community who choose to be on either side of the question. That is my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote.
Just for clarification, I want to make sure we are authorizing a committee that would be made up certainly of Councilman Beer's suggestion and whoever the manager and the clerk and I can find to assist on the other side.
Yes, he says.
That is correct.
Okay, so there was a motion. Please vote, Councilman. There you go. Please post. Okay, motion carries. We'll
Mayor,
move. Yes, please.
I have a comment. I was wondering when to bring this up, since we're talking about park protection. I think it'd be a good time right now. Betsy, we've been talking a lot in the last 6 months about the room tax and how it's supposed to be used for parks and rec centers and things like that. Now that we don't have that money allocated towards something, I think it'd be a good idea to at least start the discussion about how we bond that $60 million. What do we spend it on? Putting a master plan together to build parks and rec centers to make sure it's not diverted somewhere else in the future. So could we have an agenda item for next week just to start that discussion? Because I don't know how the process is for bonding that. I didn't go through that the first time around.
I'm happy to.
I'd like to at least start the discussion.
Yeah, sure.
And let the public hear about it.
We're thinking along the same tracks. We've been working with the Public Works Department. We've had a call for projects. We're assembling that list. In fact, we've got an internal meeting later this week to begin to frame that up for you. What we were aiming for was to integrate the capital discussion as we ordinarily do through the budget development process. We can certainly be ready to kind of kickstart that conversation. We may not have the level of detail that you're used to seeing when we put together the capital project, because we put that binder together that has all the potential projects with the descriptions. That's what we're trying to assemble right now.
I don't want any detail. I just like to
talk
just
about
tell us how we do that,
Okay.
how we bond. I mean, I don't know how that stuff happens. So
Sure.
if we can just talk about that, and then as we move forward, we can start getting into the details on
We'll
how
put an overview on how do we do bonding
and
regarding.
that particular room tax.
Yes,
and
sure.
How does it come out to 60 million and that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, it's not, I don't know that it'll
Whatever
necessarily get to 60, but
Okay, well
that'd be nice.
That's the stuff I want to
Right.
start talking about. So
Sure.
we can have something at the next meeting on
Yeah,
that.
we can put that on the next agenda,
Great.
sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, on agenda item 30. This is an abeyance item discussion for possible action to consider whether or not to appeal the order regarding the petition for the writ of mandamus or writ of mandamus regarding the sufficiency of signatures pertaining to a stadium related initiative petition case number A712812, Robert T. Beers et al. Versus the City of Las Vegas. This is in reference to all wards. Mr. Jerbick, I see you are on this here.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would have a presentation to make normally, but I thought that Councilman Coffin was going to make a motion this morning, and I don't see him there, so if we could just trail
He's
this for a
coming,
moment.
there just went, he's coming back. I had asked him to make sure on the item that Councilman Barlow's here, so they're both coming back in, so.
Your Honor, if I could fill the space here by offering a disclosure that I am a member of the Parks Protection Committee that brought this writ of mandamus. Therefore, I am conflicted and will not be participating in the discussion or the vote on this item.
Same for me, Mayor. Same disclosure, and what Councilman Beer said.
Okay, so we're just waiting for the two council persons to return on this. I'm sure they've been hearing on the backside. Oh, okay. So do you want to make a motion, Councilman Coffin? That was what the thought was.
I'm sorry. You're talking about an idea that Councilman Anthony had. I'm not prepared to make a motion.
Well, it's discussion, it was discussion for possible action to consider whether or not to appeal the order regarding the petition for writ of mandamus.
Oh.
That's all. Do you want to
Another
appeal
item.
that
I'm sorry.
petition?
I thought you were on Councilman's idea.
No.
Where are we? Item 30?
Number 30?
Mayor, if
I'm not
I
gonna
may
vote to
jump in,
appeal.
because I do have some thoughts, but I really would like to hear from Brad in regards to both sides of this item. So Brad, if you can just tee that up and provide us once again with both sides of the item so that we're clear in regards to how in fact this is going to affect the city of Las Vegas moving forward. And I believe that this would at least provide a level of framework and structure as to my thoughts moving forward in relation to how I'm going to vote.
Thank you very much, and I see Mr. Jerbick is prepared with slides and bells and whistles. Okay.
If I could set this down.
And you are, for the record.
If I could. Brad Jerbick, City Attorney for the City of Las Vegas. As you're aware, we gave a legal opinion to the city regarding what we thought were the number of signatures that would be required on any petition.
Can you pull the microphone up? It's really hard to hear.
I gave an opinion earlier this year regarding the number of signatures that would be required for a petition to be placed on the ballot. Because there was a disagreement to the Petitioners Committee, in my opinion, there was a lawsuit filed in district court. Judge Weiss had a hearing regarding that lawsuit and ruled against the city. We made a number of arguments during the course of that oral argument. One was that the Constitution of the state of Nevada was inconsistent with the state law, and the Constitution was superior, and therefore we believe the Constitution required more signatures. That was one argument. There were other arguments regarding whether or not it was legislative versus administrative in nature. And a final argument that I thought, with all due respect to the court, was dispositive of the issue. The language of the petition virtually mirrors language of a previous petition filed in 2009, at least the first part of it does. And it purports to be an ordinance to amend the charter to do, and then fill in the blank. In 2009, the fill-in-the-blank part was an ordinance to amend the charter to essentially extinguish the redevelopment agency. In 2015, it's an ordinance to amend the charter to prevent public funding of an MLS soccer stadium on Symphony Park. Either way, they both begin with the same preamble. It gets a little dense at this point, but if you'll bear with me, I've got a foam board in front that will help explain this. The charter is not a city law. The charter is the equivalent of state law. It is a creature of the state legislature. The process to amend the charter, therefore, is completely different than the process to amend a local ordinance. A local ordinance, if you'll look at the foam board I have in front of me, is amended under NRS 295. That is used to amend a state, county, or city law, in this case, a city law. The charter is not a city law and can only be amended under another section of the code. Under NRS 268, that's how you amend charters. Charters, by analogy, are almost the equivalent for the city of Las Vegas as the U.S. Constitution is for the United States of America. It's the Constitution, not the Congress and their laws, that create an executive branch, the president, the legislative branch, the House of Representatives and the Senate, and the judicial branch, the federal courts and the U.S. Supreme Court. Our charter creates an executive branch. You're the executive, Your Honor. It creates a legislative branch, the city council. It creates a judicial branch, our municipal code. So in very many ways, if you look at them, these are pretty hefty documents that do things that should be deliberately difficult to change. And the NRS recognizes that should be deliberately difficult to change and creates a different process for it. I could skip a few of these. If you want to change a law, and the only law you can change is the Las Vegas Municipal Code, it can be done by a vote of the City Council, or it can be done by a petition process, an initiative which proposes a new law, or a referendum which amends or repeals an old law. That's what you can do with a petition under 295. And what was filed in this case was a petition under 295. So the only thing it could possibly legally do is amend the Las Vegas Municipal Code. Again, the charter is not the Las Vegas Municipal Code. The language of the law and the petition is before you. It should be on your screen right now, and I'll read it verbatim. The people of the city of Las Vegas, Nevada do enact as follows: a new ordinance is added to the Las Vegas Charter that reads, the city of Las Vegas is hereby prohibited from contributing, investing, or lending any of its revenue or assets or those of its redevelopment agency for a Major League Soccer stadium in Symphony Park. If this is an ordinance, it cannot possibly amend the charter, and if this is a charter amendment, it's done under the wrong section of law. I believe that the charter clearly can only be amended in two ways. Typically, a vote of the state legislature. We are up there constantly asking the legislature every 2 years to tweak our charter. In fact, we are up there right now asking for home rule and other things in our charter. Or it can be amended by the petition process under 268. That process, very, very different than any other process. Because it's so deliberately difficult, it requires two things. It requires, one, a majority vote by the city council before that petition can go forward under 268. And then it requires a petition be signed by 15% of the registered voters of the last city general election. As you recall, when we were talking about the petition process under 295, the question was at the last election or last general election, and there the court said, because there's ambiguity and it wasn't entirely clear, and you felt the state law pretty much filled in the gap that the Constitution left open, that it was just the last election. Under 268, it's blunt. It's last city general election. So it's a completely different process. We had believed that the current petition is defective, with all due respect to the petitioners, because it attempts to use 295, an ordinance changing device, instead of NRS 268, the charter changing device. It had never been submitted to the council for a majority vote of the council, and it would not have enough signatures under that standard. The district court cited the 2009 case that I mentioned, Las Vegas Taxpayer Accountability versus City of Las Vegas, as controlling authority, saying that this language, an ordinance to amend the charter, is okay. However, the Nevada Supreme Court in the taxpayer case cited by the district court judge never addressed whether NRS 295 can be used to amend the charter, and there was never argument as to that language. Again, with all due respect to the court, I believe this has created a pretty bright line appellable issue. Whether or not the council wishes to follow that is completely up to you, but it's my job as your attorney to identify the legal issues, present them to you, and let you know. If you want to know the consequences of this, one, the opinion of a district court judge is just that. It's an opinion of a district court judge in that department, but it stands on the books right now. In the sequence of events that led to where we're at now, we had a petition in 2009 where we did not challenge the defective language. We raised another issue, and we won on that issue. In 2015, we challenged that language. The judge cites 2009 as precedent, and now we have a first-time opinion saying that language is good. What I am concerned about as your counsel is that we have now seen a progression of legal thinking that could very well be the next step in somebody saying that is the law of the land. The Supreme Court could say, if we try to appeal this in the future, you had your chance today, why didn't you do it? The other consequence is, if this is to be followed as the law of the land, and again, it's not the law of the land, it's the law of a district court judge in that particular district, but unchallenged at this point, we are bound to follow it. It leads to some absurd conclusions. One is, why have we been going to the legislature for the past 20, 30, 100 years seeking changes to our charter when we've had the ability to amend our charter through ordinance anytime we want. If we want home rule, why don't we tee up an ordinance giving ourselves home rule or whatever else we want right now? That also leads to some disturbing conclusions. Again, probably absurd, but they are the sort of example sometimes illuminates why an appeal would be necessary in this case. If there were 4 members of the council that ever decided they wanted to get rid of certain wards of the city, or the mayor as the head of the council, or change the form of government, if the judge is correct that you can amend the charter with an ordinance, that would all be possible. Again, those are absurd examples. I don't think that in real life that those things would happen, but I do point out that those are the conclusions that I think you reach if you agree with the decision. So having identified the legal issues for you and identified what I would present on appeal to the Nevada Supreme Court, I submit it to you for your decision as to whether or not you want to go forward. I can also identify other methods of dealing with this downstream if you don't want to deal with it on direct appeal today.
Mayor?
If tomorrow, if I might ask you in 1 second, if it's all right, you are suggesting that in voting in favor of this, no appeal, it is possible next week or next month we could move and create a vehicle to amend the charter that we would have home rule. And with that being a foregone conclusion based on what you've just said, and I may be in error in hearing incorrectly, but were that to happen, do you, the legislature, the governor, certainly would be on top of us at that point. So personally, I don't see any reason why we should appeal it, because the next move will be, and I know way down to the left here, and you're right, that Councilman Coffin would love to move for home rule in another ordinance to amend the charter. So at that point, what would let's move this forward. In your estimation as our advisor, our legal advisor, what would happen at that point?
I think the Attorney General of the state of Nevada would step in at that point and say state law controls your charter, not your local law, and that would bring an abrupt end to it. I don't think it would go anywhere. I think it would be a fun news day, and that would be about it. But I don't think legally that could ever be accomplished.
Thank you very much. Okay,
Your Honor.
Councilman.
I'm sorry.
Can we start with Councilman Barlow first, and then
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Coffin?
And Brad, thank you so very much, because I asked you to bring this forward because of the facts that I researched, comparing them to the law, in which you basically compared with the information that I had to be true, just as you laid out. And I'm glad that you brought the poster boards, because we basically sat together for quite some time going over all of the details in this matter.
And excuse me if I might, I hate to be rude, but I'm going to be rude. Could I have a copy of that in a regular 8.5 by 11?
We distributed it last week, but I have an extra set of copies here.
It might be buried, thank you, in my office. Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay, Mayor. And so with that, let it be known that I am not opposed to the process moving forward. What I'm opposed to is the structure in which we're going through the process, as far as Nevada Revised Statute 295 and Nevada Revised Statute 268. When I was elected and sworn into office in 2007 and again in 2011, I vowed and took an oath that I would uphold the laws of the City of Las Vegas and its charter. And what's before me today is a technical question that I believe puts me in, and I'm just speaking for myself because I believe that everyone else has their opinion of this, but I truly believe that this puts me in an unethical position to move this forward because according to the charter in which I read, that the City of Las Vegas does not have home rule. The charter in which I understand and believe, we are currently before the state legislature, the 2015 legislature, asking for, and Councilman Ross and the rest of this council knows this to be true, we're just asking for functional home rule. But the decision that was made by the court in this district is telling me that I, as a council person, can change my charter. I don't want that fight with the governor. I don't want that fight with the state legislature. because the state legislature regulates municipal governments' charters to include the city of Las Vegas, which I'm bound by as an elected official in this capacity, right? And so, therefore, from a technical standpoint, I am not going to place myself in an unethical position by moving this forward without some formal appeal for the court to take another look at. Now it's only on the basis of the technical NRS 295 versus the 268, NRS 268. As far as the process, if there's a way for us to continue to move this process forward to allow it to be on the ballot or what have you, I'm okay with that. But I cannot sit here as the representative of Ward 5 and go against the law as it is written today without it at least having a second opinion in regards to an appeal. I'm not going out on a technicality. I can't do that. I can't consciously go to bed tonight knowing that I moved something forward that I know, being a reasonable man, an individual who could read and write with clarity, knowing what I know today, that the court is telling this mayor and council that we have home rule. I know that is not true. Because if it were true, just as you mentioned, we can do a lot of things without going to the state legislature. Raising taxes, kicking individuals, off the island, doing a number of things that I know we can't do as a council. But item number 30 is telling me that I can. Or at least the decision passed down from the court in this district is telling me that I can as a council person. So not only from a philosophical standpoint, from an ethical standpoint, I don't believe that this falls within the realm of my ability to agree with what the court has decided. And so therefore, I have to publicly state that I'm going to err on the side of caution to stay within the parameters of the law, knowing that I, as a council person, cannot change the City of Las Vegas charter. And so therefore, I can't support this item.
Point of clarification before I turn it over to Councilman Coffin. In ruling on this and voting, is it a majority of the four of us?
No, it is going to require a unanimous vote.
It requires a unanimous vote of the four.
Correct. Under Nevada law, you need a majority of the governing body for any vote, and a majority of this governing body is always 4 because you're a 7-member body. You're allowed to reduce the number of people who are considered members of the governing body only if they have requested in advance from me a written opinion stating their ethical conflict. None of the people who have recused themselves today have requested a written opinion from me regarding an ethical conflict. They've stated it on the record, which is appropriate, and they are not voting, which is appropriate. But in the absence of a written opinion in advance of this vote, the governing body remains 4.
Let me carry it one step further then. Let's assume this splits 2-2, or it's 3-1. Either way.
We don't appeal.
We do not appeal.
Unless there are 4 votes to appeal, we do not appeal.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. It's all been confusing to a lot of people as this judge's decision had been read and reread, and finally I think everybody agrees the scope is unbelievable. But in any event, before that, I met with the RJ editorial board, and I said, just before the judge's decision, and I said, based on fair play, I really don't care whether it's the lower number of signatures or the higher number. As far as I'm concerned, it's qualified for the ballot. But I said, if this is severable, then I think we should appeal that second part, which is the trap that has been created by this decision, in that we have an extraordinary power that we never knew until the judge said his reading of the law says we do. And so I was saying, basically, I'm not going to challenge that part, but I want to sever it. And I asked you for an opinion, and you said, yeah, we believe you could divide an appeal, and you could appeal the extra legal kind of powers that were granted to the city, in essence, by deriving, the logical conclusion. And now then, you've changed your mind. You said it's not severable, that in fact you've got to appeal the whole thing, including the signatures. And I don't want to do that at this point. they acted in good faith based upon an error by the previous clerk who had not thoroughly researched it. But then the petitioners hadn't got legal counsel either, so they came in as laymen and, you know, probably got what they paid for. So I am inclined to think that, I know the mayor would like to think that I would want to try for home rule in one fell swoop. There are certain measures that the city can take that would be agreeable to the legislators in a common sense way that we have been needing, and I would like to see us move forward on those kinds of things after we decide what to do here. So since I can't divide, I've got to oppose appealing at this point. There's no point. Let it go to the ballot. I mean, it just doesn't matter to me.
I know you can't sit quietly.
I'm trying.
Let them loose.
I'm trying.
Open the gate.
With your permission, Mayor.
And we maybe could reduce the size of council, too.
You could do that.
Move some wards around.
We could even get rid of the mayor.
Get rid of the mayor?
Redistrict again.
Redistrict?
I have a list.
All right, go ahead,
No,
please.
just kidding. Mr. Jervik, how long have you been the city's attorney?
I'm sorry?
How long have you been the city of Las Vegas' attorney?
23 years in August.
23 years, okay. I wanted to establish that because what you're telling, or what I'm hearing, is the petition in and by itself is flawed to begin with. Am I correct?
That's my belief.
And Judge Weiss's decision to do what he did was incorrect as well. Am I correct?
I believe that there is error that is appealable.
Okay.
That's correct. With all
My
due
concern
respect
is
to the
what you mentioned earlier in regards to if we do not appeal today, we have lost the window of opportunity. Now, that being said, let me say this to council members and to the public and everybody that's listening. It's over with. Let's move on. We're wasting time on things that really don't matter today. That's why I voted no on that last item, because it's ridiculous. There's not going to be a Major League sports franchise. There's not going to be a stadium in downtown. Let's move on. And let's look at some other things that are bright and on the horizon for the city of Las Vegas and stop toying with this, trying to keep it relevant, because it's not relevant in my mind. It's irrelevant, and we need to move on, Mayor. Excuse me for sharing my passion, but that's how I feel. I'm not prepared to not appeal this. If that's what we have to do, Mr. Jervik, I want you to give me, as one single city councilman, guidance. What is your recommendation that we do as our city attorney for 23 years?
Anytime I believe that there's an opinion that creates downstream issues, I believe you should appeal. And that has nothing to do with the petitioners, with all due respect to their issue and everything else. I believe that this type of opinion, if you leave it alone, it is just one department in district court, and that's all it is. But I also believe that when you have a law that creates potential downstream confusion and problems, that it should be resolved by the Nevada Supreme Court. And so my recommendation would be to have the Nevada Supreme Court resolve it. But again, there may be other ways to do this. And so let me pause here for a moment. There is a chance, and I might as well brief you, publicly about this as well. There's a chance the Nevada Supreme Court looks at this issue months from now in a different context, in a different lawsuit, and says you had your chance back in March of 2015. Why didn't you take it? You're out. That's a possibility. That's why it's teed up before you today. But that's not to say there isn't another way to address this. And again, it is one district court opinion. So I respect the political sensitivity on this issue, and I respect the fact that this council does not want to send a message that you don't want to hear from the will of the people and the vote of the people. I'm just saying that whether the people vote for or against this petition, I believe it to be improperly worded and fatally flawed.
Mayor, if I may again.
Yes.
Calm down.
With calm, now you're calm?
Don't, and I
Okay.
appreciate you saying that. Yes, thank you, Councilman. I'm just frustrated because I think we're wasting a lot of time. And you mentioned the word political, and that's exactly what this is. This is a political ball that people keep playing with, and it's over. I am more focused on what tomorrow brings than still playing with this ridiculousness of the appeal, of the petition, of the flawed petition, of the whole nine yards. 3 council members lost a vote. Let's get over it and move on. That's where my position, Mayor. Okay. And I'm going to support my city attorney in regards to his counsel and moving forward to appeal his decision. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much. So yes? Please.
Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and move that we direct the city attorney to appeal item number 30 based on the technicality. Because I truly believe that it will place me as the representative of Ward 5 against the oath that I took to receive this seat. And so therefore, I would need the Supreme Court to validate whether or not the decision that was made in district court is accurate. And I also would like to go on record by stating that I support the petitioners in their willingness and ability to have this question on the ballot as well, just as a cliff note. And so therefore, at this particular time, so that I can consciously move forward with the city's business, I have to, with all clarity and conscience, vote for an appeal to clarify the technicality, because I truly believe that this council nor the mayor has the ability of home rule. And I understand that a lot of people don't understand home rule. You feel free to go look it up and do your research, but this council under its charter does not have the ability, the autonomy to make the decisions that the district court has passed down, stating that we have the ability to do so. So with that, my motion would be to file an appeal moving forward. That is my motion at this time.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. And please vote. And please post. As I thought. And I would say my understanding of this, I think every person that's sitting here truly wanted to hear from all parts of our community. We had so many meetings, we've had so many council meetings to hear from the people. And this was just another format of a way to hear from the people. And my belief is that if in fact this is flawed, I will move at another time, need to talk to you to find out. I want to move for home rule. Because either this is true, it perhaps went through a wrong process. But you've heard from everybody sitting here, we believe in our people. And we have heard from Councilman Ross very clearly, it's time to move on. This is enough. It's taken up so much time, energy, and effort, and cost of our staff working on so many parts of it. But now, because this split, which I was sure would happen, or 3-1, the motion to appeal will not occur, and we will just move on to process this petition. Correct?
That's correct.
And so you and I will meet, please. And thank you, and I still would like a copy.
I'll have it.
So the motion, there will be no appeal. Thank you very much. All right, moving right along. And Mr. Riggleman, you were going to notify me at a time necessary for something. Okay, at 4 hours, City Clerk, if you'll please let me know. We'll move on to agenda item 31, boards and commissions. Abeyance item for possible action, Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, the RTC Advisory Committee on bus bench shelter construction and maintenance. Pamela Cesena, term expires 2/1/2015. Councilman Ross sits on our RTC commission, and in the absence, and our condolences again to Councilwoman Tarkanian, I understand you have a recommendation, Councilman Ross, regarding Ms. Cesena.
I would move, Your Honor, if she is inclined to stay on, that we reappoint her.
Thank you very much. There's a motion.
She's not eligible to stay on.
She's not
She
eligible.
doesn't wish to be reappointed.
So should we obey this then? Does anybody else have a recommendation? This is the RTC Commission of Southern Nevada. On the Bus Bench Shelter Committee, Construction and Maintenance.
If I may, Your Honor,
Yes.
the interest cards, through you, of course, to the city clerk, the interest cards that our residents fill out to participate in the city government, does that go through your office, Luann? I would recommend that perhaps we review those if anyone is interested, of existing individuals who have filled out those interest cards, and for anybody that has not and would like to participate, is certainly on the Bus Shelter Committee, Advisory Committee, to fill out that card and let us know.
And therefore, you would obey it, or?
Yeah. Let's obey this for...
A month?
Let's do 30 days, Your Honor.
Which puts us when, if you would, please?
April 15th. Yes.
Okay,
No,
so if you
April-
have an interest to
April
submit
3rd.
your cards, your interest to our city clerk's office, and this is for the bus bench.
April 1st, I'm sorry.
April 1st?
Yes.
The Bus Bench Shelter Construction and Maintenance Committee that works under the Regional Transportation Committee. So there's a motion to obey this till whatever you said in April.
April 1st.
April 1st. That's the motion, and if you would please vote on this, and please post. Yeah, we all could have. Okay, agenda item 32 for possible action, Parks Recreation Advisory Commission. William McCurdy, term expiration 2/20/2015. I'm prepared to make the motion to reappoint Mr. William McCurdy to this. Is he eligible still? Okay, that's my motion. And he's been serving, what, 2 terms already? Yeah. Okay, thank you. This motion, please vote. And that motion carries unanimously. Let's move on to 33, possible action, Las Vegas Clark County Library District Board of Trustees. Kelly Benavides, term expiration March 6, 2015. Councilman Beers, I understand you have a recommendation regarding this seat.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move to nominate Jose L. Melendrez to serve on this Library District Board of Trustees. Mr. Melendrez was hopefully going to be here today, but he couldn't get out of his class he was teaching. So he's not with us, but he has
Okay.
agreed to serve if we appoint him.
Great, thank you. There's a motion to appoint Mr. Melendrez.
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 Thank you very much. There's a motion, please vote, and please post. And that motion carries unanimously, and congratulations and welcome. Yes, Mr.
On this
Counsel.
subject, Your Honor, generally on appointments to boards and commissions, the City Hall, we sponsored a seminar on Friday morning. We had over 100 people attending. This one was actually an outgrowth of the Hispanic Summit that we had last year, and what we did was we offered a tutorial. We had some excellent speakers here who encouraged people to learn how to apply for these positions, because I'm frustrated like everybody else. The stack is always so small when it comes to trying to find somebody to put in a spot. You may always want to pick a friend, or you may always have a feeling for some political debt you might owe, but on the other hand, it really doesn't work that way all the time, and it'd be nice if we had a broader selection. So therefore, over 100 people attended this conference on Friday morning here in the City Hall to learn about how to apply, and not just to the city boards and commissions, but to the county and the state and any other organization. And they picked up copies of the various applications. They learned what you need to say, and I believe it was more of a confidence builder, because a lot of people just don't understand they are probably just as equally talented as anybody else on one of our commissions now. So it was a very big success, and you'll be seeing applications come in to stack in your file of interested people. I think that's an important thing. We all ought to do that, but this one was targeted to the Latino community because they themselves have always felt a little bit shy about applying, not realizing they had as good a chance as anybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is important that everybody get involved. This is your city, so let your voice be heard. We'll move on to agenda item 34, recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2015-10. And Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2015-10, ordinance to amend the downtown Centennial Plan and the Symphony Park Design Standards Manual to authorize outdoor commercial recreational uses within the Parkway Center District and Symphony Park and provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion.
Mayor?
Yes, please.
I just have a question on why we're doing this. Whoever would like to answer it.
Councilman? He's questioning. Why are we doing this?
Yeah, why are we amending a section of Symphony Park? Is somebody planning on, do we have an application in for a commercial recreation amusement use that somebody's going to build on that piece of property?
It would be our recommendation that we strike this, but my understanding is the city attorney said we couldn't at a staff level and that you would have to. So that's our recommendation. This was something that would have needed to be in place to to be able to handle a stadium on Symphony Park. That issue is no longer relevant. If sometime in the future it became relevant, we could always bring something like this back, given those particular considerations. I had a long conversation with Councilman Barlow about this a couple of weeks ago and suggested that we strike it. It's the council's determination now, since staff doesn't have the ability to do that since it's been through recommending.
Well, it's the Planning Commission voted unanimously to not approve this, right? And then the recommending committee voted 2-1 to not approve this. So I'm just wondering why. So I guess back to my first question, why are we doing this if we don't have an application? It would seem to me that we would do this if somebody actually wanted to build one of those items on a piece of property in Symphony Park. Then we could bring it back. That would be a no-brainer, but I don't understand why we're doing it.
Well, it seemed what you've just said, Ms. Fretwell, that staff was recommending striking it, so that achieves the same. Yes?
Well, could you?
I'd like to try to address the.
Could we have the question? I had a question asked, so if you could answer the question first and then move on.
I think I answered the question, but I'll try it a different way. Well, it's a little confusing, I think, because we're the owners of that land, and so in order to affect the change, we would have had to process this new change in use. And so this process started months ago. It didn't start just a few weeks ago. It started months ago to update the Symphony Park standards to accommodate that new use that was being considered by mayor and council through the stadium project. Now that's not relevant because the stadium project is no longer, so we don't need this bill unless, as you suggest, Mayor Pro Tem, that at some future date an applicant comes forward and says, hey, we have this great plan for this project, and then we would go through this process then. That's why staff was suggesting that we strike it. I don't know if that helps, but that's where we're coming from, but we'll follow your direction.
Just one more comment, Mayor. Sure. Okay, that makes perfect sense. I don't think we need to strike it. I think we just need to vote this down and go, be done with it. And then if something happens in the future and somebody wants to build something like that, bring it back and we'll do it then. So thank you.
Councilman Coffin?
Okay, well, let me just say this. Going into today's meeting, I thought, why do we want to handle this hot potato again? And then I thought, well, we just voted, all of us, 6-0, to support the expenditure for El Dorado, a sport, a recreation, in the Symphony Park, which would run counter to the ordinance. And so I realized that although it's hard for some people to get soccer out of their minds, we do have other sports and recreational activities to be performed with there. Little League Baseball, an impromptu tiddlywinks match. I don't care what it is. They're all against the ordinance as it sits now. And it's funny because, you know, I realize I gave you an ad absurdum example, but, you know, it really is kind of funny. All of us who have lost on this issue have been willing to accept our loss, but I'm kind of worried about those who won, and will they accept victory? So therefore, I'm thinking, why don't we put soccer out of our minds for a minute and think about the sports that we just approved to go in there? We're not talking about land purchases. We're not talking about building anything. It's just, let's allow El Dorado to be performed in Symphony Park. As I see the plain reading by this layman, says you can't do El Dorado. That's right. And you've got to do a damned ordinance change to do that. That's crazy. But it looks to me like we have to do it. What's the problem with that?
Councilman Beers?
Didn't we do El Dorado down there last year?
Yeah, in violation of our ordinances.
We have the ability to have temporary uses. And so these kinds of land use changes are for more permanent structures. So if you want to change it today so that this would be an allowable use into the future where it would not require council's approval for an outdoor recreational use in a permanent capacity, you could approve this today. If you didn't feel that that was a timely measure, as Councilman Mayor Pro Tem has indicated, that it could come back later when there's an identified use, we could do that. We can handle El Dorado and any of those other kinds of special uses under a temporary permit as we have done in the past. So it really is your decision which vehicle you want, a permanent change or a temporary use change going forward like we have used in the past for Eldorado.
But you're saying we don't need to do that because it's already in use, that we can and have been using it for El Dorado, and that would continue in perpetuity unless we prohibited any other use. We always have the option
Mayor,
of allowing that outdoor
You have
use.
the option as long as we have control of the land, obviously.
Right.
And as long as there's a temporary permit issued for that particular activity. Just like we did when we used the expansion land for Zappos for El Dorado for several years.
Right.
We had the same kind of temporary use permit that was provided for that site. When that site no longer became available and we moved it to Symphony Park, we had a similar temporary permit issued for that use. It's the council's determination whether or not you want to change it so that there can be a permanent use there. But meanwhile, for these individual events, we could continue to issue temporary permits if we have land control, or to a private vendor if it was under private control.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. I just want to put it out of everyone's mind that, number one, there's no hidden agenda. There's no conspiracy in relation to this land use. I believe that at the end of the day, the common denominator is that it's completely political grandstanding. And it's not going to happen on my watch, not as a representative of Ward 5. And if it were anywhere else outside of Ward 5, I don't believe we would be having this conversation. And so as we move forward and as I continue to redevelop and revitalize the area of downtown in which I represent as the council representative, I'm going to continue to push forward with economic development projects, whatever they may be, as long as it makes sense to the growth and the vitality of this community moving forward. I'm not going to stand here and political grandstand on an item that has absolutely no merit in regards to why this item should be changed. And so therefore, I'm going to move forward, continue to move forward with my recommendation of approval so that as we continue to attract more businesses into the downtown community, as we continue to attract more cultural activities and recreational activities, whatever they may be, knowing that the MLS is dead. We received a letter from the president of the MLS stating that they have not chosen Las Vegas. So let's put that to bed. But we cannot tie our hands as elected officials on this dais in regards to how, in fact, we move our city forward. And I'm going to stand up today and be one of those leaders to basically say I'm not going for the okie doke. I'm moving forward with my recommendation of approval of this land use, however it falls down in regards to the votes. My motion still stands, Mayor, and I call for the motion.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please
Your Honor?
vote. Yes?
I'll be supporting staff recommendation that we spike this bad boy and voting no.
Okay. Staff did recommend striking, is what your recommendation was, correct?
Yes, but Councilman Barlow is a sponsor of the bill, and, we felt like this could be brought back at a later time when there was a project. But it's your call.
It's still there. Fine. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Okay, agenda. Thank you, Mr. Perigo. We'll see you this afternoon. Agenda item 35, bills 35 through 38, bills number 2015-11 through 2015-14 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. New bills, items 3940, bills number 201515 and 201516 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting Monday, March 16th, 2015. Mr. Attorney, are you still? Yes, you are. Would you please read the new bill?
Happy to, Your Honor. Thank you. Bill number 2015-15, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, prescribe land to be annexed, to make established subject to laws, obligations of the benefit of the city, and provides related matters. And finally, Bill number 2015-16, an ordinance to amend the city charter to prohibit the city of Las Vegas from contributing, investing, or lending its revenue or its assets or those of its redevelopment agency for a Major League Soccer stadium in Symphony Park.
Thank you very much. The new bills, 2015-15, 2015-16, are assigned to council. Pardon? Okay, are we still? will be assigned to Councilman Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. Yes, got that. Are you all here on the 16th of March?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Well, you can decide that then. Okay, so let's move on then to, what was that? Public hearing. Abeyance item, public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $5,264.50 out-of-pocket expenses, $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $24,764.50 recorded against the property located at 556 East Oakey Boulevard, property owner Abel R. and Maria L. Parente. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Public hearing which I declare open. And hi, Mrs. Zona, how are you?
Code Enforcement Supervisor Vicky Ozuna. The item before you today was held in abeyance at the February 18, 2015 City Council for a waiver request for penalties requested by the property owner. The representative of the property, of the buyers of the property, is here to answer any more questions that the council may have and
could you, and maybe I was asleep in half my brain here, what are the cross streets here, please?
The cross streets of this property are Maryland and St. Louis.
Okay, those are perpendicular, right? St. Louis runs east-west, Maryland north-south. So what's the other?
Maryland and Oakey.
Oakey's east-west too. I mean, right, east-west.
Well, it's on Oakey. It's 556 East Oakey.
Okay, but what's the, if the east side's Maryland, what's the west side, north-south street? Where would that be?
It would be close to Las Vegas Boulevard.
Las Vegas Boulevard. And what was the Zillow on this?
The Zillow on this property was $145,349.
Okay, thank you. Would you care to make your comments and announce your name again, please?
Hi, my name is Nora Gary. I'm with Motion Properties representing the seller. Okay, my name is Nora Aguirre with Motion Properties. My name is spelled N-O-R-A. Last name is A-G-U-I-R-R-E.
Thank you.
And I'm representing the seller in a short sale. And at this time, we were asked to come back today to try to ask for that waiver of the civil penalty fees. And so I'm here to answer any other questions that you might have, Council.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone who'd like to address this particular item? Please come forward and state your name. I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nora, you say you do have a person that's going to move in?
Absolutely. They're going to move in. They're ready to purchase it. The short sale has been approved by the bank and rehab it.
As I understand it, the owners, Parentes, live in Oregon now, and
They
they're
do, yes.
elderly couple?
They are an
Okay.
elderly couple living with their children
All right.
in Portland.
Well, based on your assurances, then I could move to, unfortunately, you know, we cannot waive the amount of money we spent to keep up that property,
I understand.
to clean it up, maybe more than once. Also, there's quite a bit of staff time involved in chasing people down, trying to find them and get people together, so I can't totally waive all of the, what you would call be the civil fines and penalties, because there is work time involved in that. But I would ask the council then to go ahead and waive all but $500 of the daily civil penalties and costs there, and levy a fine then of $5,764.50 in total cost on this property.
Okay, is that your motion then, please?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, there's a motion. Please vote and please post.
Thank you.
Not yet. We
So
don't
we're-
know.
I'm sorry.
It carries. Thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes, please.
I would like, having voted on the prevailing side of Agenda Item 31 for possible action, Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada RTC Advisory Committee on Bus Bench Shelter Construction and Maintenance, to move for reconsideration.
Okay. We'll pull that agenda item back. Agenda item 31 is being pulled back, and there's a motion to do that.
Why?
So we can
And
augment.
the reason why is because I have a nominee for the council's consideration.
Okay. Pardon?
We obeyed the item, I believe.
We did. 30 days. So maybe you can bring them up then? I would say that would probably be the best way. Let's not pull it back, leave it go. He's got Councilman Beers has a recommendation. We can put it into the pool. We have a 30-day. Thank you for recalling that. So if you will submit whoever the person is to our city clerk, we'll bring it back then.
Already done, and staff has recommended her
Wonderful.
for appointment.
Okay. Well, I was going to, but we'd already notified for those who were listening and may not be listening anymore that we're going to hear it again in a month. So I'd just leave the name there, and we'll consider it in a month. Okay. So it leaves Stan. So I've forgotten now. Where am I? Number 42? 42? Okay. ROC 56324, it's a public hearing, applicant owner Crossroads Common LTD LLC for possible action on a request of a review of condition to amend condition number 1 of site development plan review Z-0034-81, parentheses 11, and bracket, to allow access from Odette Lane to the commercial shopping center and to amend condition number 23 to eliminate the requirement for a traffic impact analysis of non-residential traffic on Odette at 8975 West Charleston Boulevard. C2, General Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 2 with Councilman Beers. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present? Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this item? I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Beers, this is yours.
Yes, ma'am. I would move to strike this item. We had a neighborhood meeting, and the applicant has decided to not attempt to move forward with the change.
Okay, thank you. This item, there's no need for a motion. Well, yes, there is. No, it's being stricken. There is a need to vote on to be stricken. Councilman Beers recommends it be stricken, agenda item 42, so please vote, and then please post. Thank you. Motion carries. Agenda item 43, VAC 56644, public hearing, applicant owner, school board of trustees for possible action and a request for a petition to vacate the full width of 9th Street between Clark Avenue and Lewis Avenue. This is Ward 3 of Councilman Coffin. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. This is a public hearing. I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes.
And your name, please?
Linda Perry, 4190 McLeod Drive, representing the Clark County School District.
Thank you. Do you want to make your comments first, and we'll hear from the public, and we'll, of course, hear from Mr. Perigo.
Yes. The area in green right here is the Las Vegas Academy, and what we would like to do is vacate a portion of 9th Street between Lewis and Clark Avenues.
Can you point to that on the map there?
Right here.
Okay.
The area in yellow is where we have a letter of support from the property owners in there, and there is some property here that they have an alleyway where they can go ahead and back out of. So we're not asking to vacate this portion here, so we'll still have access and we'll be able to go down Lewis and both down Bridger. I do have some pictures here. What the school typically does during the day is they put up barriers. I think everybody knows this. They've been putting those barriers up there for many years. And we would like to keep it open. We're not going to bollard it. We're not going to put any sort of measures to where you can't get through the street, because we know that there's a fire hydrant there, so we want to keep it open. And we also know that we also want to use it for parking. And since there is a trail system that runs through there, we want to make sure that that stays open as well. We agree with all staff's conditions, and I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Was it part of the conditions there that only be temporary closure on that street, that it remains permanently accessible?
Mayor,
Bart Anderson, Public Works. I'll answer that. Under their current, there was a previous vacation on this street, I think back in 2002 or 2003. The west portion of it was vacated and the rest of it was allowed to be temporarily closed for certain events, but it was to remain public. The issue before us now is to remove the public ownership of the street and make it entirely owned by the school district. Once we do that, I don't have any authority to require them to keep it open. It's private property at that point. They can represent that they will do so, but if 10 years from now they change their mind, I don't have any authority to tell them you can't.
Before we give them, because we are giving them this,
Right, that's what they're asking to do right now.
can't we put that condition that they will have to accept that there will always be access through that street, or it inures back to the city?
For the public? Always be public access through that street?
That it will be protected by access, should there need be. They can close it off, put up their barriers, do whatever, but not a permanent bricks and mortar closure.
You know, certainly we can suggest that as a condition, and if they agree to it, presumably they agree to it. I don't know that.
Rather than after the fact of giving them the right to that permanently, put the condition on it first that keeps that open and accessible for fire and everything else, rather than putting up a permanent barrier there that nobody that's down there, fire can't get in.
Yeah, certainly we can put a condition on to that effect. Again, once it's private property, I'd kind of defer to our legal staff as to whether or not we can compel the future compliance with that once we vacated it. It's my experience that once we vacate the public interest, we vacate it. I mean, we can retain a public easement, I presume. I defer to the council.
I'm not a lawyer, but let's go to our legal team.
Mayor, hi, thanks very much. I'm looking.
You have to announce who you are.
I'm sorry?
You have to announce.
Oh, sure, yeah, this is Jim Lewis of the City Attorney's Office. Sorry about that. Listen, I'm looking at proposed conditions of this vacation, and I'd ask Bart Anderson to do the same. It appears to me that we've got two proposed conditions if this were to be approved. The one asks or says that the petition of vacation shall be modified to reserve an easement for the entertainment and travel within the vacated area. And then another condition that requires fire access maintenance and an associated emergency access easement. Sounds like those two conditions together would do what it is you are asking,
right.
Mayor.
That
I would ask Mr. Anderson, through you, Mayor, to comment on that.
Well, certainly that is the case. That's why I asked if she meant public access. You know, public access I couldn't guarantee, but yes, we do have by condition requirements that fire access be preserved.
Great. No, those conditions, because I did not read those through here. But I'm curious, too, can you talk about why staff recommends denial on this?
The main reason we're recommending denial is that Public Works has a policy that any change in access of a public street to, you know, that people currently have an ability to use, any potential change in access needs to be supported by the most immediately impacted neighbors. In this case, we identified those most immediately impacted neighbors as being those property owners north of Lewis and south of Bridger. Those people currently have the ability, when it is not blocked for those special events that the school has permission for, have the ability to drive down 9th Street. This closure could potentially eliminate their ability to do so. So it does change their access, and so it's our policy that unless you have letters from those neighbors who are impacted saying, yeah, we're okay with that, provided to us at the time of application. If you don't have those, then we as Public Works must recommend denial.
Okay, thank you. Did you in fact go canvass the residents of the neighborhood? I'm sure Councilman Coffin will be able to answer this. I'm going to turn it over to him in a minute, but by chance, do you have those letters of approval from the neighborhood?
We do have a letter from. So those are the property owners where we do actually have a letter stating that they approve with the vacation. Some of the other homes in there are owned by banks, so they're foreclosures, and I think there's 3 or 4 of them in there, so we couldn't get those.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on this, please come forward and state your name. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and City Council member. My name is Jackie Ramirez. I'm a business owner in the downtown area at 531 South 7th Street, so just a block from the high school. I'm also president of the Downtown Professional Business District. So it's a neighborhood association of the City of Las Vegas in Ward 3. We're here to support the schools district's request to vacate 9th Street for the purpose of to increase the safety of the students, to stop the vehicular traffic, not the pedestrian traffic as it's been identified today, but the vehicular traffic, to maintain the neighborhood beautification and preserve historic nature of the area. And so we're in full support of the school. We know that they have had, they close throughout the day and for events. They do close the street, and we want to provide an opportunity where the students are safer. We do see them cross the streets throughout the day, getting from their main building to the theater, and they're taking their instruments and they're taking their props with them. Sometimes they even set up and rehearse on that street while it's closed during the day, and we feel it'll be a safer way to have it vacated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, you know, what Jackie said is true to remind us. Students are passing back and forth all day long. We have, across that street, we are so blessed that, you know, the high school turned into an academy that also happens to have 2 big auditoriums. If you cannot ask for a better venue for a talent magnet type school. So it really is part of the campus. And they do need more parking. That's what they've been using it before. And additionally, 9th Street this is not the only vacation request we're going to see on 9th. You're going to see a request over on near Fremont to enable the construction of some very nice housing that needs to move into the right-of-way a little bit to be a better and more attractive use for the area. And so 9th has become, in many of the owners' minds along that street, something that's going to be interrupted. Fire is okay with this, and I see no reason to delay it any further except to say that, you know, it'll work well. And I wanted to thank Linda and the trustees also of the school district for making it so easy for us to take back the land at Sunrise and 28th, where we hope very soon to construct a library for the citizens of Las Vegas east of the freeway. It'd be very nice. And so for that reason, I'm going to move for approval of this item. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. And on agenda item 43, please vote. Good job. And please post. And thank you for coming down and speaking of this, Ramirez.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. We're on to agenda items 44, 45, 46, 47, which I am going to read, and then I am going to excuse myself and abstain because I have a son who's involved in one of the entities in this area. So let me just go through these. 44, SUP 55189, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 12,590 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility, M Industrial Zone, number 45, DIR 56415, compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment cultivation, DBA Acres Medical, LLC, number 46, SUP 55190, a request for a special use permit for proposed 449 square foot medical marijuana production facility, M Industrial Zone, whoops, lost my place. Note, a waiver to allow another use which is not a medical marijuana facility under the same roof of a medical marijuana facility. And agenda item 47, DIR 56417, compliance permit for medical marijuana establishment production, DBA Acres Medical, LLC. The applicant is Acres Medical, LLC, and the owner is 2320 Western, LLC. At 2320 Western Avenue, staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval of land use. These are in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. And from here, I will turn this over to Mayor Pro Tem Stavros Anthony to conduct this, as I have to abstain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, is the applicant present?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, did you want to make any opening comments or no?
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. John Lelu, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. Normally, the way we would do this is staff would describe what their recommendations were for this item. So to that end, I would defer to staff to do so.
Okay, I was told I went out of order on this, so the medical marijuana happened so far back, I can't remember how we did this, but now I do. Okay, staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Regards item 44, SUP 55189 was tabled at the special meeting of the City Council on October 29, 2014. Since that time, Title 19 has been amended to allow medical marijuana establishments to be located under the same roof, and therefore this item is in compliance with Title 19. The subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use. I believe we have an additional condition that Mr. Knight would like to read in as well. But again, as such, staff would recommend approval of the proposed use with amended conditions. And there's also a question of the waiver, and I think that will be addressed by the applicant. So I'll reserve final comments following that presentation. And I think Ms. Settleson has something to say as well.
On item 45, the review of the compliance permit application shows that the application for a medical marijuana facility as presented shows minimum compliance to city code. Based on the information presented, reviewers noted the following deficiencies: knowledge in the compassionate use of marijuana to treat medical conditions and the needed education to manage such a facility was not demonstrated per Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.070. The plans submitted did not provide adequate detail to address the specific requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.110, 160, and 190. The applicant would need to provide updated security, environmental, sustainability, and odor control plans specifically to the building department for final action and review.
Thank you. Okay, so Chris, what are you doing there?
Yes, sir. Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety. One of the things that Karen just mentioned was presenting a plan for odor control to the building department. The ordinance itself says before a certificate of occupancy can be issued that the applicant has to certify that there is an odor control system in place. We have been asked on many occasions exactly what is the standard for that odor control, and we would like a standard condition added to items 44, 46, 48, 52, and 54 that reads, construction drawings prepared by a Nevada licensed mechanical engineer, environmental engineer, or similar professional discipline acceptable to the building and safety director is required at the time of building permit application submittal for approval by the building and safety department. The construction drawings shall detail all construction equipment required to be installed in accordance with the odor control concept plan that describes the approach and equipment to be utilized to contain, absorb, and neutralize all odors emanating from the property, and the field testing method to be utilized to determine the effectiveness of the odor containment, absorption, and neutralization design. What this does, Councilman and members of the council, is that this allows that there is no odor emanating from the property. In other words, you can't smell it outside the facility, and addresses odor control. We think that does two things. One, it lets the facility fit into the neighborhood, and two, we also think it sort of serves as a security measure that keeps the location of these facilities in a more secure provision, because you can't find them by smelling them. And that sounds a little trite, but it's actually my experience that in a field trip to Phoenix, Arizona, there was one facility you could smell it maybe 50 yards out, and you knew it was there. There was another facility we visited that was in a more dense area. You didn't know it was there until you went into the building. And we think that from a security standpoint, not knowing it's there until you go into the building is the better position to be for the city of Las Vegas, for the owners themselves, and all that are involved in this matter. So We're asking that that condition be placed on it. There is a concept plan that is required at the time of submittal for the application. This, at the time that you go for your building permit, tells us how you intend to meet that performance standard. And then at the time we do our final inspections before your certificate of occupancy, we will ask for a certification from the design professional that the system was put in place according to their design and it's working as they designed it.
Thank you. You're also asking for, do you agree to all those extra conditions?
Mayor Pro Tem, so long as those conditions are equally applied to all those similarly situated, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I need to get in here for a second with Chris up here.
Sure.
Because we've approved grow operations already.
Yes, sir.
Without this additional language. I know the language, I read the language. In fact, I told these petitioners, I read the language to them again yesterday and pointed out that there is pretty much zero tolerance on this in any event. The language is such that the building officials, in other words, you have to meet all our odor control regulations because the statute leaves it up to us, and that the building official, upon determination of the existence of any detectable odor from any cultivation facility, may require additional measures by the facility to control such odor and a time frame for the implementation of such measures. So you can inspect it, you can continue to go there and continue to tell them to add control measures until it's there is no odor. So I've asked them to bring people here to attest to the fact that they can not only meet this, but also this this additional, I got to call it gilding of the lily, Chris, only because it really boils down to the same thing at zero. So I've asked them to bring somebody to attest to the fact that they can do this, but I think they need to also address this addition you're requesting. And before John Lelu asked about should all others be considered equally, I think if we're going to adopt this today, this addendum, we would have to retroactively adopt it on all of the people we granted cultivation permission.
In answer to your concern about the ones that have already been approved, that is the standard that we are using on all of those. We're already using this standard that I have given you on our review of the building plans for that. In the multiple public meetings that were held on the medical marijuana issue, Mr. Baus presented this exact language to every one of them. It was in his PowerPoint presentation. It was given to all the people who were interested in applying as being the standard. We were not covert at all about that being the standard. And it is the standard that we are using in our building plan review. It was the standard we were using in reviewing the applications for the concept plan and doing that. Even under our administrative code, under section 202.1, the building official has the authority to administer under these provisions. So,
Chris, I don't have any objection to this additional language, but
it's not new to anybody.
Correct. But
Okay.
we have not put an additional condition on the SUP on anybody else.
Right.
So if we do this today, you have to guide us with legal's advice on how to do that on everybody else.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's given. We just can't place a legal condition on these people. It's an industrial area, and I realize there is some retail going on in there, so there's darn good reasons why we want to make sure that no odor escapes.
Yes, sir.
But to be fair to everybody else, and be fair to them, we've got to make sure everybody adheres to the same standard in writing, voted upon in an SUP edition passed by this council.
And the point I'm making is everybody else is being treated exactly the same.
How many others are there? How many? I forgot how
I'm
many
not
grows.
sure.
I forgot how many grows we
that.
approved.
I have no idea.
Councilman Coffin, let me have a couple other people weigh in, help address this. So,
Mayor Pro Tem?
Karen, go ahead, and then Jim.
Thank you, Your Honor. Cultivation facilities, we approved Boulevard Medical. They have a production facility in the same building before you today. We approved New Leaf Cultivation, and we approved RG Highland Enterprises. In the applications for a compliance permit, as Mr. Knight stated, the regulations required that the building department determine what was required for those applications. Those concept plans were gone over in detail at the workshops by the building department for all of our applicants. We did require them. They were reviewed by the building department. Every time I've given you a recommendation when that concept plan was inadequate, under the review of the building department, it has been noted as a deficiency, and that it would have to be corrected prior to them coming forward to you for license. So we have put that in the compliance reports and the director's reports, and have informed the applicants that all of those have to be up to city code prior to them coming before you for their final license.
Thank you. Jim?
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. Councilman Coffin, I would just ask if you're going to require that condition that we get an unequivocal yes from the applicant in accepting that language.
Okay, so if I'm hearing everything correctly, this condition will be applied to the production and cultivation that we have already approved. Is that correct? That's, yes?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, what Chris was saying in a nutshell was that he has the administrative power to require exactly what you just heard him read into the record, and he is doing for those 3 other facilities that we have. We just didn't have that condition a couple months ago written out. Right. Now we do. And it's being applied across the board the same to everybody.
Okay, so from this point on, we'll just ask the applicant, are they okay with this condition? And if that will help us decide on how we're going to vote. So are you okay with this condition as well as the condition that Mr. Perigo read into the record?
Mayor Pro Tem John Lelu for the record. We have no issue with the standards that were articulated by Mr. Knight. And in fact, to the extent that Mr. Knight wants to deny a C of O based on noncompliance with those standards, again, no issue. The only concern that we have, and it's just a concern, and I'm really, I would ask you for guidance on this.
What's your concern?
The concern is that this would be a condition of approval for the entitlement, where it's not on other applicants.
Well, you just heard 3 people say that it is going to be a condition on previous cultivation and production applications.
That's not what was said, Mayor Pro Tem. What was said was they would apply it the same way. However, ours would be the only one with the condition, and those moving forward would have the condition on the entitlement. However, again, Mr. Knight's office has committed to apply it universally with respect to the C of O. To the extent that he wants to apply it to our C of O, no problem there. I just want to make sure that we are being treated equally as the other applicants.
Okay, so I need a yes or no on the condition. Do you agree with the condition, or do you not agree with the condition?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I will open this up to a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on item number 44, 45, 46, or 47?
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may. We do have another item that I need to speak about today, and that is with respect to items number 44 and 46, requesting a waiver. We, as the applicant, are going to withdraw those 2 applications and those 2 items.
Okay, very good. So the waivers will be withdrawn from 44 and 46. Okay, so you're just asking for the SUP on 44 and 46, and the compliance permit on 45 and 47.
That's
what you're asking.
That's correct.
Okay, with the conditions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I had additional questions of the applicants, though.
Well, I wanted to open up for public hearing first and get all that out of the way.
Okay.
And then that will help you ask any other questions.
All right, all right.
All right, public hearing. Please come forward, state your name. I'll give you each of you 2 minutes.
My name is Mordechai Yerushalmi, and I'm at 2400 Western Avenue, which is right next door to the applicant. I've been there for over 40 years. I have no problem with dispensary.
2 minutes.
I do have a problem with the odor from the manufacturing and with the growing. I started my business there over 40 years ago with purchasing 4 used showcases, when on the street of Western Avenue, there were only 3 buildings from Sahara all the way down to Oki. I was so tight for money that my firstborn child was in a playpen in a back room on Western Avenue when I started the store. Today, I have over 125 employees. I support 125 families. Most of them, 75% of them, are women. I have in my building pregnant women. I have employees that bring their kids to the store when they need to be somewhere to do their homework. I have customers that come from all over the world. I have customers that come to the store with babies, elderly women. My concern is the odor. I know that you're going to put whatever restrictions are, but I visited quite a few facilities in Colorado, and none of them was odorless. As soon as you park your car in the parking lot, you smell the odor. And my problem is that it will prevent a lot of people from coming in. It will create a problem with employees to stay. And I really think, okay, that before we decide to give them the okay, I would like to go with somebody that's represented by the city and visit those facilities that they claim that there is 100% no odor. This will devastate my business. I will not be able to continue. I built my business on my own. I still work 6 days a week. And during the Christmas time, I work 7 days a week through the month of December. I cannot allow a situation like that that will be devastating for my business. As you all know, I've been here for over 40 years. I support every entity in Las Vegas. I've been helping different charities, and I don't think that it's fair for a business that's been here for so long to be right now affected by a business that is new, right next door to a retail store, which has a tremendous traffic and will affect my business tremendously. I appreciate if you really consider it very seriously before you approve it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, you have 2 minutes, please.
My name is Michelle Howard, and this is Deborah Newson. We own 2 businesses at 2404 Western Avenue. Both of them, one is a wholesale floral company, the other one is a retail floral company. We attract clientele that come in daily to plan their weddings and events. We attract other companies that come in to do buying on the wholesale level. In addition, we operate a standard of approximately 30 employees that are in the area. Additionally, our building is not closed off, meaning we do have a bay that is open most of the day, and we are under operation up to 7 days a week at all hours of the night included. So to bring in a facility that would offer an odor that would be potentially offensive not only to our clientele but to our staff, and it is a major issue for us.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Dennis Estes. I'm here representing Johnstone Supply. We're located at 2319 Western Avenue, which is directly across from this property. It's our position that bringing in a growing operation directly across the street, however much equipment you bring to reduce the odor, equipment fails or reduces in its efficiency. It's just a zoning nightmare to have agriculture in our downtown area, right where all of our distribution takes place. It's a very developed area, very established businesses. We've been there for decades, and it would seem a disruption to our business to have this business begin to grow in that location. I'm not exactly sure why we bend over backwards to facilitate these types of organizations just because of trends or because they are in contradiction to federal laws. But it seems like for our business, it would be a danger to our clientele, an inconvenience for them at least when that equipment does malfunction, because there will definitely be an odor. There will be fertilizers, the different things associated with growing plants right across the street from us, and that's an inconvenience to our customers, and we would appreciate if the City Council could look out for our best interests.
Thank you, sir. Go right ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Avishai Aitan. I'm from the business across the street on 2411 Western Avenue. I've been there since 2001, and I have not too much to add as far as like the same concern. I have about 10 employees, and I would like to make sure that they're not going to get affected by the odor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sir? Sir? Could you just come up and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, it's Avishai Aitan. A-V-I-S-H-A-I.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else from the public wishing to be heard? Okay, I will close the public hearing. Thank you very much for coming down. Before I go to you, Councilman Coffin, anyone? Councilman Barlow, go right ahead.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Just for the record, just so that I can, I'm clear on this application. Number one, there was a comment by Mr. Lelu in regards to withdrawing the waiver of 44 and 46. Is that accurate?
That's what I heard as well, yes.
Okay. And moving forward, just so that I'm clear, perfectly clear in my position, number one, when this item was presented before this body, and I'm speaking to staff, I was under the impression when we were discussing vertical integration that having everything capsulized under one roof did not mean additional uses outside of medical marijuana. And so I won't be supporting in the future anything outside of that, so that I'm perfectly clear moving forward, so that you all know that. The conversations that I've had, the facilities that I've visited were all under one roof with no additional auxiliary uses. Okay? And so I just want to be clear that I won't be supporting anything outside of that. Secondly, when it comes to businesses, developments coming into communities, specifically communities that have been established, and new industry or new business comes in where you have the surrounding neighbors who are concerned, whether it be for safety or for other environmental type issues, I hold that very close and personal to me, because that's what I stand behind in regards to making sure that we are all neighbors when it comes to developments that come in and out of our communities. And so having heard from a number of neighbors in regards to their real concerns, because I too have traveled to Colorado, Oregon, Phoenix, Washington, California, and have visited multiple locations. And I did not visit a location that did not have an odor. And so I'm wondering, in regards to the gentleman that came and spoke, who represented that someone, and I wasn't sure if it was someone from the city of Las Vegas or someone otherwise, visited a location that was odorless. And that leads me to this question: has any city staff visited a cultivation site that was odorless? And if so, please come forward and let me know where that location is. I see Mr. Knight coming, so I'm assuming that he's visited a location.
Again, Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety. Yes, sir. When we went over to Phoenix, we visited a facility that had carbon filters in their facility, and it was odorless on the outside. You could not smell it on the outside. There are two ways to control odors, and one is by activated carbon filtration. The other one is through negative ion generation. And there are two systems that you can use to scrub the air and take the odors out, and have the ambient air not contain any odor of the marijuana plants growing inside the building. It can be done, and it has been done.
Okay, so what is the standard that we are attempting to use as it relates to the odorless? Because that's
the standard is the same standard that we have found in Colorado, California, and and that is that air treatment system that prevents odors from being detected by any reasonable person or normal sensitivity outside the dispensary or property. Now, some entities may not have a requirement for odor control, and therefore you can smell it. But there are those properties that have voluntarily done odor control. It can be done. And there are cities like Sacramento, California, Mendocino County, California, that have those standards and say that's the standard they use. And that's the standard we will use. We will require the applicants to submit their plans, have a mechanical engineer to submit their plans and describe how they will scrub the air. We actually have a consultant on board that will have the capability of reviewing the plans and tell us that indeed that will work. And then at the end before C of O, again, we will ask for them to certify that the plan was built or that the system was installed per plan, and then we will monitor it to see that it works.
Okay, I appreciate that, because that is a true concern for me, because I don't want our neighbors in the community who have a long-standing and long track record as far as building business to be affected by an environmental issue that we, could have basically prevented on the front side versus having to chase an environmental issue on the backside.
Right.
So I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Chris, before you leave, what would happen if this was approved with the condition and we detected odor? What would you do, or what would somebody do?
We would require them to begin to work on their system to fix it until there was no odor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
The ordinance has in it a section that says if they cannot fix it to the satisfaction of the building official, it then goes to the planning director, and the planning director can then decide whether or not to pull the license. It can affect their license.
Okay, Tom?
Per Title 6, 95130, any complaint of odor has to be addressed within 24 hours to the building official. They have to say how they're going to address that. And again, as Mr. Knight said, if it's not addressed to satisfaction of the building official, there could be grounds for suspension of the license by the director.
So you could shut the place down until they fix it, basically?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Lalo, you've seen how critical I have been in the past in regards to the operators of these new businesses and this new trail we're going down with medical marijuana and cultivation and products. You and I haven't had a chance to chat about this for a while, but my position has absolutely zero to do with your clients. They are the best in the business as far as I'm concerned. They are the brightest. They are the real deal. I've been critical of other applicants because it was kind of silly because they were standing up here. I won't go into the details of other applicants. But I'm genuinely concerned. I share the same concerns as Mr. Yerushalmi does. And I'm not quite sure. Mr. Yerushalmi, if you would, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, with your permission, can Mr. Yerushalmi address the microphone for me, please? And the other businesses, I'm going to let him represent all of you in that corridor because that's what I'm concerned about, long-established businesses that may be affected by what they're going to do. The dispenser I have no problem with because I know nothing about cultivation except killing the plants in my house. Not marijuana plants, by the way, just pointing that out. Mr. Yerushalmi, have you seen what Mr. Knight has introduced as another condition for their approval of this?
No, I did not.
I need you for me to support this, and I think most of you know me well enough as well in regards to supporting existing businesses. You don't want his business adversely affected. You don't want those other individuals and their businesses adversely affected. I'm going to have a hard time supporting this until I'm convinced. I may be on the losing side of this, but I'm supporting the businesses and Mr. Yerushalmi's concern about the odor. And I've heard what Mr. Knight has said about, if there is odor and the director of planning, if there is odor, within 24 hours it has to be addressed. I'm concerned also for you if you get approved. If you cannot deal significantly well enough with the odor to satisfy the building department and our planning department, you can't operate, and that's going to be a challenge as well. So my concern has nothing to do with both businesses being under the same roof. I get it. You're the perfect operators for doing this, so don't get me wrong in that respect. I have a great deal of respect for all of you as business people in this community. And your attorney, he comes well-renowned. I have a very good relationship with him as well, so there's nothing to do with that.
it does have to do with existing businesses and my concern for that. So I'm going to be supporting them, but I don't know what else can be said. I think Mr. Knight's explained this very well. I don't think, Mr. Yerushalmi, you've had a chance to digest what Mr. Knight's adding into their conditions?
No, but from my experience with everything else, those systems that they're going to put in, they're going to malfunction sooner or later. And every time we have to call and investigate and try to find out what happened, and there is an odor, they say there is no odor, it's just going to create a problem. We cannot run a business like that.
Okay.
Okay.
If I can continue, Mayor Pro Tem. And for the rest of the opposition businesses in the area, Mr. Yerushalmi, you know who these people are. You know their credentials are.
I know their credentials, I know who they are, but I will never dare open a cultivation and production marijuana business next to their restaurant, because this is not fair. This is going to hurt my business. This is going to hurt 125 families that are supported by this business.
I understand your concerns, and I honestly don't believe these people would want that to occur. They want to be good neighbors.
It's not into their hand. I don't think they can do it.
I understand. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Yerushalmi. And to you guys, when you were in my office, we talked about this a long, long time ago. I thought I'd asked if you had all the support of the neighbors around there, and had I not done that, I apologize, because that's a concern of mine. Mayor Pro Tem Gary Reese used to say, if I wouldn't put it in my backyard, I'm not going to put it in your backyard, and I think that stands here. I think you guys have got a ways to go to make this happen. I certainly don't want to slow you down in your endeavors. I want you to be successful and have that nice success story in the years to come. But I'm going to be supporting the businesses that are currently there in regards to the concern for the odor. And I appreciate your comments too, Mr. Knight, about the 100% containment of these odors and scrubbing of the air. And Mr. Yerushalmi, mechanical systems break down all the time. That's just a fact of life, whether it's your car or it's the front door falls off its hinges. It just happens. So that's a reality. But that's not, I'm less concerned about that because I know the professionalism that these people carry with them. But I'm going to be supporting Mr. Yerushalmi and the existing businesses in regards to these items. And I apologize ahead of time.
Any, you're last, hold on.
Well,
anybody else?
There comes a time when it's
Mayor Pro
timely.
Tem.
You know, sometimes it's timely and sometimes it's not.
Councilman Beers?
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could, just before Councilman Beer speaks, my most sincere apologies. I have placed written copies of the condition of approval on both wings for those members of the public that have not seen it and wish to get a copy of it. And I meant to tell you about that earlier.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Councilman Beers.
Process question, what happens if this is voted down? Do they get a chance to move to another location for their cultivation? But this group had tight integration between the cultivation and the retail, did they not?
If I might, Your Honor, Karen Duddleston, for the record. They did apply for a dispensary. They were granted a dispensary in the city. They did not get a dispensary certificate from the state of Nevada as a provisional certificate. So at this point, with the city process, they're down to these two locations. The city of Las Vegas would have to reopen the permit process, allowing anybody to be able to move their location or to apply if you so chose to do that at some point in the future.
Okay. Councilman Coughlin, go right ahead.
Thanks, Your Honor. I have a lot of questions.
I'll come back to you.
And things to pose. First of all, I want to put in the record here a letter from Rebel Oil, Jack Kaysen, who I've known for many, many years. My family was in the oil business in the 50s and 60s, as the Kaysens have been for at least 2 generations here in Las Vegas. So they're opposed. I guess I could start with a question based on Jack's letter. Mordecai, would you come back up here close? Be close by, because you know you're a good witness. Mordecai, I know Jack's oil plant is right around the corner from you there.
Correct.
Do you smell the oil from his plant?
No.
Have you been up close to the plant, let's say within 10, 20, 30 yards?
I drive around that area. I don't stop in that area.
Okay. Because it's been there a long time. He's opposed. I don't know why. His particular reason is opposed because his plant smells too. Inside the area, you know, in that...
But I usually drive in that area. I don't walk. But you got to understand, their facility is next door to my facility.
Yes,
It's closer than me and you.
Mordecai, I know these things. Don't throw in too much so we can move this forward here.
Okay.
I was in your facility, you're right, last week.
Correct.
Thank you for your hospitality. You showed me where you were
It
going.
cost me a lot of time of my life to build that.
You
store.
were going to, where were you going to put your dispensary? You showed me.
I have no problem with dispensary, my
Where
friend.
were you going to put your dispensary?
Across the street.
Across the street from the gold, the jewelry place?
Correct.
So we've already permitted you there?
Dispensary.
Yeah. for
I
a
have no
dispensary.
problem with dispensary,
Yeah,
sir.
okay. Okay, because dispensaries smell on the inside.
On the inside, but not on the outside.
Because employees that work in the dispensary will be smelling the same thing. So, just so you know.
Well, you got to understand, my door in my business
I
is
know that,
constantly
Mordecai.
open.
I know that. I bought jewelry from you before.
Okay.
Been there. I love your stuff. And everybody should buy it. I just think, I want to make sure that we understand what we're talking about here. This is not the same as something you would look upon and say in your backyard. Gary, I heard Gary say that a lot about in your backyard. He was referring to residential areas. There is no residential area here. Isn't this zoned M, industrial? I believe it is. And that was rhetorical.
But
That was
40,
M for
40
Mordecai.
40 years ago, was nobody wanted to
Well, you're
move to
living
that
with
district.
it now. You're living with it now.
Let's
You're-
not go, let's,
I know.
let's not go
I
back and
know.
forth.
So Mordecai, don't chip in every time unless I ask you a question.
You got it.
Okay? I will treat you fairly. I looked upon this from the very beginning as 0, tolerance. It always was there. This has been kicked around for 2 years now here at the council, a year and 8 months maybe, because that's when it was approved that long ago by the legislature. So we've known about cultivation, we've known about smells and all that, and gradually our fears have been reduced because of members of the council traveling, our staff traveling, assurances made by engineers and consultants that these things can be contained. And I'm going to ask the proponents to bring up their expert on this because I definitely want to hear it from them. But I have to say, in an industrial zone, you're going to smell stuff. You're right next to the railroad tracks. Railroad tracks, trains come through with pigs, cattle, industrial chemicals, and all kinds of things that stink to high heaven right in your neighborhood there. And that's assumed to be what happens in an industrial zone. That's why we approved so many places in industrial areas. So as the council gets a little worried about this, don't forget that the flower shop, the gold shop, and the equipment supply, they've all chosen to be in an industrial area where you do have this as a happenstance. And it is something that they try to correct, I'm sure. So I'm not making excuses for this applicant, but what I am trying to say is you can't make it impossible for somebody to do business in an industrial zone. Or you might as well wipe out the industrial zone and move all of those business out of there, including Jack Cason's, you know, the bulk plant. My family owned a bulk plant down on Commerce, 1034 and 1054 Commerce for many, many years. Bulk plant, tanks, big tanks, thousands of cases of oil, a lot of leaks, a lot of spills, and it smelled. But it smelled like roses to me, because to me, oil, petroleum, you get me near a refinery, it's oil, it's roses. But to you, Councilman Ross, it might smell like feces, you know what I'm saying? It might smell like what marijuana used to smell like when we were kids, until now it smells like a skunk that's been dead for a couple of days. But that's the thing, that plant has evolved. And so let's remember not to be shocked that marijuana might be moving into an industrial zone. I'm speaking to my colleagues here, not to you, Mordecai. I'll still buy gold from you if you'll sell it to me. Anyway, let's make sure that we understand from an objective point of view the location we're dealing with. Now, I want the proponents to bring up the persons I've asked them to bring to tell us about design, to tell us about what the measures that will be taken from the beginning, and then you got to tell us what would happen when you're caught by Mordecai or the flowers and somebody else and say, we can smell it. So now we're going to dispatch somebody over there and see if they can smell it too.
Councilman
Let's say
Coughlin?
they're going to have it. I want to have the, what?
I just want to interrupt you for 1 minute.
What?
Councilman Ross actually had a pretty decent suggestion.
Well, can I just keep moving forward then?
Can I just
to Councilman
respond?
Ross?
Can I just respond when you're done?
No.
Councilman Coffin?
No, Mordecai, go ahead and sit down, because really, I'll ask you a question when I need an answer. What we have to have from you now is assurances as to why you think you can adhere to the code, which is 000 odor, which is reinforced by staff's suggestion. Now, we're setting a precedent for all the other grow locations in town with this one. If we do this right, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, we will have no problems with the future cultivation applications or the kitchens too, because they're going to stink. They're going to have their own stink. So let's think about that. Okay, please tell us how you're going to control these odors, and what would you do if it starts to escape?
Through you, first to Councilman Ross. Councilman Ross, thank you very, very much for the kind words for my client as well as myself. As far as I'm concerned, for me, it's completely undeserved. But we do have people here today who can address a lot, if not all, of your concerns, both with respect to the neighbors and with respect to the operation and design of the proposed air filtration system. And Mayor Pro Tem, through you now to Councilman Coffin. First, I would like to introduce one of the partners on the project, Jenna Morton, and Jenna Morton can walk us through, with our experts, with our neighbors, exactly where we stand with respect to the odor control on the project.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, please grant the applicants all the time they need to explain their process. It'll save us a lot of time. I mean, they're basically reselling what they told us a year ago, but we need to hear it again.
Right, so I'm Jenna Morton. My address is 1129 Casino Center Boulevard in Las Vegas. And rather than use your time to present what we presented to you last time, we are going to just present what the issue is today. We intend to be very good neighbors, as you all can assume, and we intend to address any concerns as they come. When we met before you last time, we had received comment from many people in the neighborhood and had very few in opposition. In fact, I think the comment cards that came back were all from the same entity, and very few were here in opposition. And so this in the last few days, we've really started to hear about this and are prepared to address it, and we're prepared originally to address it. So today we have with us from MSA Engineering, our engineer, Robbie Jones, and he can address all the questions that you have. But I will assure you that, as you know how we do business, we intend to comply with all regulations, and the regulations really stipulate that if we have any smell, we will be out of business. So we intend to be sure that we comply with those regulations and the standards set forth by Mr. Knight, because we appreciate that as business owners. We're business owners in downtown also, and we fully understand the concerns of the neighbors, and we'd like to address them, and we'd like to be friendly neighbors also. So with that, I'd like to introduce Robbie Jones from MSA Engineering. It's a Nevada engineering firm with licenses in 25 states, having done business for 37 years, 37 years, 29 years.
Yeah, come on up and state your name,
Robbie
please.
Jones.
Robbie Jones, MSA Engineering, 370 East Windmill address.
You want to give us the Reader's Digest version of keeping this odorless?
Yeah, I'll do that. Basically what we're doing is, and we've already designed like 3 of these already, the planning facility itself, we will not be exhausting, we will not be bringing in any outside air, so none of that smell will be escaping. But we will be using I have a system that we've done in several of them, I don't know what's on there. It's called Genius. It cleans
Just
the
put
air.
it in the middle right there,
Yeah.
and they'll zoom in on it.
And what that thing, okay.
Wait a minute.
There
Did
you
you bring
go.
copies
Okay,
for
thank
us?
you.
Sure.
Did you bring them yesterday? I asked for these to be brought yesterday and also then additionally presented to us today. Where are they?
We do not bring additional copies yet.
What was my discussion with you about?
You asked for that exactly, sir.
You're going to have to provide it as soon as possible.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And what the thing is it's a cleaning air. What it does, it has UV, it's the ionization that we've been talking about, it's an odor control, it's also a dehumidifier, so we can maintain temperature within the space. They'll also be measuring the parts per million, the CO2 levels within the space at 1,000 ppm, which will give us a good indoor air quality. The other part is, show the,
Productions facility.
which would be for the productions facility, and what is called is a scrubber. And we use these all up and down the strip because a majority of the strip owners don't want to smell the grease and all the food that's being exhausted out of these casinos and these restaurants on the strip. And what the scrubber does is it has a hood, and then it's ducted to the scrubber. And the scrubber, what it does, it has two sets of filters within the scrubber, which cleans the air first. And then it also has another set of double filters that has a permanganate filter and a carbon filter, and then it's exhausted outside. So after it goes through all these processes, there's no smell. And we've used several of these units. They're very, very expensive, but a lot of the owners on the strip don't like to use them for their restaurants, but we've been using them, and they work.
Okay,
That's
anything
kind
else?
of in a nutshell.
Okay. Any other questions up here or comments? Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Coffin, if you would entertain me for a few minutes. Everything you said about the industrial area of this, that area is absolutely correct. That being said, Mr. Lelu, I'm not sure your clients were aware of the opposition until today. Can you answer that question for me through the Mayor Pro Tem, of course?
We learned about the opposition, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, through you to Councilman Ross. Yeah, we learned about the opposition very recently as yesterday. And at that point, we learned that the opposition had approached the city council, had approached the news, had approached the different staff departments within the city, but had never talked to us. So yes, it was very recent.
Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem, if I may continue, I think that's significant because in all fairness to your clients, to Ms. Morton and all of your team, I think it's significant that Mr. Yershami has some time to visit with you guys and the other business owners in that area, that you have time. And I say that because none of you want to affect these businesses adversely. None of you want them having to lay people off or lose any customers. I think we get that as a city council. That being said, I would recommend, and to Councilman Coffin, through the Mayor Pro Tem to you, Councilman Coffin, in light of we didn't get any of that documentation, and I don't need any, I know what the scrubbers are and all that sort of thing, but in light of that, this council didn't get it. Perhaps the surrounding businesses need time to kind of digest this, giving the applicant the opportunity to spend some time with them and help them understand what they're going to do to abate the odors and deal with that. Because should they get approved, they're going to be their neighbors for a long time. Mr. Yershami, they're going to be your neighbor for a long time. And this is the kind of neighbor you want. These are professionals, and you've already admitted to knowing who they are and as pillars in this community. So I would recommend, through the Mayor Pro Tem to you, Councilman Coffin, to obey this for 2 weeks, maybe even 30 days, unless that's outrageous, and give them time to meet with the opposition to kind of clean the air, pun intended. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Barlow?
Yeah, I would tend to agree with Councilman Ross, because I was just sitting here thinking about how many developments come before this body, whether it's in our neighborhoods or in business districts in which we represent. And if there were residents or other business owners that came before this body with concerns, we all have basically said, well, host another neighborhood meeting. Let's see if we can work this out. And so I look at this no different, because we both know both parties, and both parties are professional individuals who do a very good job in our community in regards to employing and developing and to include their philanthropic endeavors. And so from my standpoint, I would actually like to see the two parties basically take a step back, have an opportunity to be introduced, and bring something back before this body that is not as controversial as it is today. So I would be leaning toward an abeyance myself in regards to this application, to see how we can work things out. That would be.
Actually, I would tend to agree. I mean, I believe that you're going to set up a business that is going to be odorless. It's not going to be a problem. I just think they need to have an opportunity to hear all the information. So I don't see a problem with obeying this for 2 weeks and letting everybody talk. So, Councilman Beers.
I think that sounds like a reasonable resolution for today, but I would also like to get some clarification on what the process would be. If I'm correct, this applicant has provisional state certificates for grow and for production. And so I'd like to find out what happens if this particular application today were turned down. What would be the process that follows, whereby we can facilitate them moving to a location that has either all industrial or no retail neighbors?
Okay, you want that now or in the
If we
briefing?
can get some, just trying to understand how the law works.
The only way for one of these, for a medical marijuana establishment to move would be for the city to reopen. Now, we would have to post that 10 days in advance of opening for applications. The applicant period would be open for 10 days, and we have the ability to specify what type of establishment it would be open for, either dispensary or cultivation or production or any combination thereof.
Jim?
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could just add one thing. Thanks, Tom. That was a good summary. And I think there would also be an ability of the director to specify a subset of folks, entities that could apply, such as those that have state certificates. So instead of opening it up to the universe of folks that might want to come talk to us, we might just be talking to those that have state certification. There is some question as to this, so our office is going to look into this further, but at the very least, we can tell you that the city could reopen if we chose to do so.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilman Beers?
So if I'm to understand that correctly, and we have the ability to, can we limit the time that the applications are reopened?
Yes, the ordinance reads at least 10 days.
But
we cannot limit it under 10 days is the way I would read it.
Okay, so it would take 2 council meetings then for someone who has a state certification to come back to us. It sounds like as a minimum, it would take 2 council meetings for us to open up and close up application, restricting it either at the award end or at the application end to those who already have received their state certification. Is that correct?
We have to give 10 days notice that we're going to open the application.
And open it.
The SUP would also have to go through Planning Commission, so we'd have to go through that entire process again. If it's denied on this site, it cannot, an establishment cannot be located on this site for 1 year. We'll close out this site.
Can we make a special exemption from going to the Planning Commission for these?
Isn't this a lot of extra speculation going on here?
Hold on, let him finish.
But we haven't given legal a chance to really
Okay,
figure it out.
Hold on,
you know?
let him finish. Thank you. Councilman Beers, are you done?
I think.
Okay, Jim?
Jim's got a comment.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Beers, so here's the thing about special exceptions with regard to Planning Commission action. That there is some case precedent that would suggest that if our code requires something to go to the City Council, the Planning Commission, that it ought to go to the Planning Commission because our code says that it should. So I'm not sure that I would suggest to you, sir, that we should attempt to bring something directly back to the City Council in this case because our code does require that those applications go to our Planning Commission.
So does that make it a month, does that make it 4 council meetings, a month, 2 months duration? Trying to get a handle on if this applicant location was turned down, how quickly could they come back with another location?
There's a lot of variables in there. I mean, in order to take an application for an SUP on another site, they would have to have the ability to do that, a lease or something from the owner. So I'm not sure how long it would take. Then we would have to have time to get it publicly noticed for the Planning Commission meeting, and then it's another 30 days to get it to City Council. 45 days.
Good. Okay, Councilman Barlow?
Thank you. I didn't quite understand the question that Councilman Bierce was asking in regards to the application process.
I think he was just wondering how long it would take to, if this wasn't approved, for them to go out and get another site, but it sounds like there's a lot of things going on, so we'd have to probably sit down and figure all that out. But that's kind of, I mean, we're really here today.
That was
to
more
deal-
so a hypothetical?
Yeah, it's, and we can deal with that in briefings and stuff.
Okay.
So Councilman
Okay.
Coffin, do you want to make a motion?
Well, that was just one piece.
Okay,
That
then
wasn't my
let's go
original
to piece
question. Okay. The question that I have in regards to the applicant, what is your business model? Being that you did not receive the dispensary certification from the state, so that leaves you with standing before us for the production and the cultivation. So moving forward, what will you do with the available space moving forward, if in fact this were to be approved?
John Mueller, 4940 River Glen, Las Vegas. Basically, we're going to leave that section that we dedicated towards the dispensary and hold it in Cube because we believe things are going on in Carson City that could basically allocate additional dispensaries. We also have a Claire that we're attempting to fix at the Carson City that could change that equation as well. So we'd basically hold that space. It's broken up, I believe, with planning into 3 different suites is how our submission would be. We're going to hold that dispensary space until, you know, obviously our end goal is seed the sale, which we've discussed from the beginning, and having the educational component. That's still our end goal business plan. Obviously, if the dispensary never came around, we'd be a wonderful cultivator and production facility and supply to people like Mr. Mordecai.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, Mayor Pro Tem, I want to say this, that I think we should respect the wishes of the council to make up its mind after a couple of weeks of discussion. I hope that, you know, the opponents and the proponents can get together, try to clear the air. Those who are opposed, I hope, would open their minds to the possibility that there is room for business to prosper in these areas, you know, especially those who are in the business. Because the trouble is, with all of these kinds of situations, there's a subtext of competitive advantage and disadvantage. There's been a lot of rumors about that on this case, that there's an attempt to limit production, and I think we've got to be very careful about that, allowing ourselves to be looped into the politics that's going in the industry. There's enough politics going on just, you know, amongst the opposition and the proponents. So let's try to make sure we follow our standard procedures for something that we might choose to approve in an industrial area. I want to give us 2 weeks, just the 18th of May, for all this to happen, rather than drag this, March, thank you, Clerky, because there's nothing new to solve here. All it does is if people are willing to listen, they can meet in a place. If they are not willing to listen, what's the point? So let's just say that maybe there'll be a way to listen. So 2 weeks ought to be a way to find out if there's any listening ears out there. And maybe it'll give a chance for the proponents to improve their lobbying techniques. So I now move to
Okay, so start with item
obey
number
this to
44.
the March 18th.
Start with item 44.
I move to obey item 44 until March 18th.
What? You're obeying, it's obey us, right? Yeah, just part of it. Okay, so let's
Not the waiver part.
Yeah, so let's do one, 44, your motion is?
Well, we're striking that, aren't we? 44 is the waiver, or is it part of the application?
We are, you're going to, it sounds like obey all 4 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so start with 44.
I move to obey item 44 to the March 18th City Council meeting.
All right, there's a motion on 44. Go ahead and vote, and, okay, let's redo that. Are we re-voting too, or?
Hello?
Okay, so re-vote. And Councilman Beers? Oh, okay, go ahead and post. Motion carries. Item 45.
I move for abeyance of I move for abeyance of item 45 to the March 18th City Council meeting.
All right, there's a motion. Please vote. Okay. What? Oh, yeah, I will. And post? Motion carries. Item number 46, and so you're still going to pull your waiver, correct? That will not be on the agenda for the next one, requesting a waiver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Item 46?
Item 46, I move to abate till March 18th.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries. Item 47.
On item 47, before I move, I want to say this, that remember, the growing portion of this whole business is the root of it all. We have a lot of sick people out there who want this and need this medication. They can't buy any from a dispensary until the first seed has been planted in a growing operation, grown to maturity, harvested, and then graded, inspected, and transferred to a dispensary. So when you do get to the root of things here, this is the very beginning of it all. I'm agreeing to put a 2-week delay on it because I think the council has got to have some more time to hear from people. But really what it does do is delay the implementation of the medical marijuana law here for another 2 weeks when we do this. Therefore, I now move for abeyance of item 47 to the March 18th City Council meeting.
There's a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries. So I am assuming in the next 2 weeks, all of you will be face-to-face discussing things. When you come back, we'll know that you've spoken and we'll go from there. Correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay, the next ones coming up are in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. So I have not spoken to her, but I'm assuming she wants to be here to vote on these. So, okay, so I'll go ahead and read them into the record, and I'm going to turn over to you. Thank you. All right, item 48 and 49. Item number 48 is SUP 55219. It's a request for a special use permit for a proposed 943 square foot medical marijuana production facility. Item 49 is DIR 56399, a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment, Production Boulevard Medical LLC, doing business as Boulevard Medical. Applicant is Planet Properties LLC, and the owner is Boulevard Medical LLC at 2900 Highland Drive. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval on the land use. Those items are in Ward 1. Councilwoman Tarkanian, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Regards to item 48, SUP 55219. Was tabled at the special meeting of the City Council on October 28, 2014. Since that time, Title 19 has been amended to allow medical marijuana establishments to be co-located under the same roof, and therefore this item is in compliance with Title 19. Subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with the, I believe, the amended condition that Mr. Knight read in the record. Planning Commission did vote 7-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations.
Concerning the compliance permit, which is item 49, with the same comments that we made on the cultivation facility, which has already been approved at this location. This is for one room in that cultivation facility. The review of this application shows that the application for a medical marijuana production facility as presented shows minimum compliance to city codes based on the information presented. Reviewers noted the following deficiencies. Plan submitted did not provide adequate detail to determine the merits or did not address certain requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.120, 130, 070, and 190, and would need to be corrected prior to licensing.
The applicant or representative present?
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is Lucy Stewart. Also present is Mr. Doug Koopman, one of the applicant's principals. We'd ask for your approval, subject to staff's conditions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. This question is for Ms. Duddleson. So the application has already been approved for cultivation?
Correct. You already approved an application for cultivation at this site. This is one room inside of the cultivation facility.
Okay, and so before, it's just for a point of clarification and for the record, being that this is Councilwoman Tarkanian's item, and I want to make sure I get it correct for her, we're only approving the production portion which was tabled for this facility.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And the applicant understands all of the conditions that
Yes, sir.
are currently met, and I understand that you also have had a conversation with the councilwoman.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so with that, also I have here in regards to the conditions of the SUP, should I read these conditions into the record, Ms. Delson?
If you would like to, or I can, these are the comments from the reviewers.
Yes, if you will.
All conditions proposed by staff on the special use permit. Applicants are required to update their security plan to meet all code requirements and all camera placement requirements. Applicants must provide a detailed environmental and sustainability plan, which must be approved by the director prior to licensing. Proposed packaging plan must be updated to delete any items that directly resemble candy items found in the grocery store. Floor plans and odor plans must be approved by the fire department and the building department, and the applicant is encouraged to attend the training classes on those items that licensing is holding.
And does the applicant agree to the conditions that are set forth?
Yes, the applicant does.
Okay, great. Well, turn your microphone on. I'm not sure if it was on or not.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Okay.
It does agree.
Okay, thank you. So for that, we'll move.
I think Tom has a
Tom,
comment.
you're becking for me. You have some additional information?
Yes. Thank you, Councilman. I would like to read in the Mr. Knight's condition also, so it's on the record for this item.
Oh, in regards to the odor?
In regards to the odor, if I
And the
might, please.
standards?
Yes, construction drawings prepared by a Nevada licensed mechanical engineer, environmental engineer, or similar professional discipline acceptable to the building and safety director is required at the time of building permit application submittal for approval by the building and safety department. The construction drawing shall detail all construction equipment required to be installed in accordance with the odor control concept plan that describes the approach and equipment to be utilized to contain, absorb, and neutralize all odors emanating from the property, and the field testing methodology to be utilized to determine the effectiveness of the odor containment, absorption, and neutralization design.
Okay, great. And I'm sorry, did you say your name for the record?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure for the clerk's sake. And do you agree with the conditions that have been read into the record by the Director of Planning?
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right. So I don't see anyone else becking for me. So with that, I'll move for approval, subject to all conditions that have been read into the record, Mayor Pro Tem.
On item number 48?
On item number 48, yes,
Okay,
sir.
there's a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries. Item 49.
And on item number 49, we're good? Okay. On item 49, I'll move for approval, subject to all conditions on this item as well.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, item number 50. Item number 50 and 51. Item number 50 is SUP 55256. Oh, did I strike that at the beginning? Okay, thanks. Mark that down. Thank you. Yes, I did. Okay, item number 52 and 53, SUP 55290 is a request for a special use permit for a proposed 6,600 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility in M Industrial. Item number 53 is DIR 56380, compliance permit for medical marijuana establishment cultivation, Compassionate Team of Las Vegas, doing business as Compassionate Team of Las Vegas. The applicant is Compassionate Team of Las Vegas LLC, and the owner is Highland by the Highway LLC at 2601 Highland Drive. Staff recommends approval. Planning Commission recommends denial of the land use. These are in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Staff?
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, just for the sake of time, after speaking with the councilwoman, I would like to obey this item for 30 days, which will give the councilwoman an opportunity to get back with the applicant.
Okay. Is it okay to do that without opening up for a public hearing and all that, or?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, if the council wants to obey this item, the council may obey this item.
Okay, but do I need to open it up for public hearing?
You might as well open it up for public hearing.
Let me do that just in case somebody came down and wanted to speak on this. So, let's go ahead and do the whole thing, and then let's hear if there's anybody from the public. So, staff, go ahead and do your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Item 52, SUP 55290 was tabled at the special meeting of the City Council on October 28, 2014. Since that time, Title 19 has been amended to allow medical marijuana establishments to be co-located under the same roof, and therefore this item is in compliance. Subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions and the amended building department condition. Planning Commission did vote 5-0 to recommend denial based on uncertainty at that time whether or not our code allowed these items to be co-located.
Concerning item 53, the compliance permit, the review of this application shows that the application for a medical marijuana cultivation facility as presented showed minimum compliance to city code based on the information presented. Reviewers noted the following deficiencies: knowledge in the cultivation of medical marijuana and the needed education to manage such a facility was not demonstrated per Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.070. The plan submitted did not provide adequate detail or address specific requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, 110, 120, 130, 160, and 190. This is another situation where we have an outside entrance to this facility that was approved with an SUP by the City of Las Vegas for a dispensary. However, they did not receive a state certificate. So the question of the open space in this facility is outstanding.
Thank you. Applicant, you heard what the motion is probably going to be, so, but I'll let you say anything you want to say.
All right, let me, for the record, Brian Hardy with the law firm of Marquis Arbach Coughing on behalf of the applicant. I have with me also Mario Sanchez and Paul Mashouf, owners in the operation. I understand that the motion has been made for hold this in abeyance for.
But we haven't made a motion yet.
I understand that's the inclination of to hold this in abeyance. 30 days was the date. Is there any way that we can do that on the 15 days so we can get back in at the same time that you are obeying the other one to have it heard and have the air cleared on that particular issue? And then we can go ahead and be heard about at the same time so that we can continue to move along this process. We just want to make sure we had the opportunity to open. We have great products. We have great opportunities. And if we can do that, that'd be great. We understand Councilman Tarkanian's desire to meet with us. We'll get with her as soon as we can, and as soon as she's been able to resolve all those issues. Our condolences to her as well.
Okay, very good. All right, this is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on this item? I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Coughlin, why don't you go ahead and make a motion?
I will do that. I have a question first. Staff, thank you very much, Chris. The same.
That's okay, Chris. This is probably coming.
The same location applies here, correct? I mean,
Yes,
zoning.
I wasn't going to read it into the record.
This?
I was just going to tell you that the same additional condition, and I will just give a copy to them and then let that suffice.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, planning or zoning. Who wants to talk about the issue of the zoning there? Is this an industrial zone just south of Sahara, but in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward, the same exact zoning as the previously discussed cultivation facility was or is being contemplated?
Yes, it is M industrial zone.
Are there any wholesale and or retail operations being run out of these warehouses around there? I think there are. I'm answering my own question. But I will, because Councilwoman needs 30 days, I will move for an abeyance of 30 days. I asked Councilman from Ward 5 if we could just do it in 2 weeks and bring them both back together, but he's just doing what the Councilwoman asked, so 30-day abeyance. Whatever the first meeting in April would be.
So she requested a 30-day abeyance?
Yes.
Okay, all right. What? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. April, okay, so that's April 1st, so go ahead and make your motion.
Isn't it April Fool's?
That's no joke.
And I moved it to April 1st.
What's your motion?
To obey till April 1st, council meeting.
Motion to obey this till April 1st, please vote. And post. Motion carries. Councilman Beers?
As an aside, I'm wondering if we could get our legislative team to pursue a quick change in statute so that if the first Wednesday of the month falls on April 1st, we can meet on Thursday instead.
Okay, item number 53.
I can do it, or I'll move for an advance of 30 days to the April 1st, excuse me, not 30 days, but rather to the first council meeting in April 1st.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're on item 54 and 55. Okay. Let me get this one. Okay, item number 54 is SUP 55313, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 7,070 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility, M Industrial Zone. Note there is a waiver request to allow another use which is not a medical marijuana facility under the same roof of a medical marijuana facility. Item number 55 is DIR 56412, a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment cultivation doing business as Infinity Wellness, Inc. The applicant is Infinity Wellness, and the owner is NYP Corporation at 2750 Highland Drive, Suite E. Staff and the Planning Commission both recommend approval. On the land use, these are in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Staff?
Mayor Pro Tem, rather than going into the staff report, given that there's a waiver and other things happening here, my understanding is, having met with the applicant prior to the meeting, that they might want to request an abeyance, so perhaps we could hear from them.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. City Council members, it is our request today to obey this item until April 1st. We really want to extend a courtesy to Councilwoman Tarkanian. This is in her district, and we haven't had opportunity to visit with her, certainly because of the passing of her husband. So that's our request today, and staff concurs in the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow?
Move for abeyance until the April 1st City Council meeting.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 55. Please vote.
Move for.
Oh, sorry.
Move for abeyance April 1st City Council meeting.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you then.
There's looks like there's 2 items left. You all want to take a break or just get the other 2? Okay, very good. 50 item number 56 is EOT 57669, extension of time, non-conforming. This is a public hearing. Applicant owner TJ Plaza for possible action on a request for extension of time for a non-conforming use liquor establishment tavern at 2101 South Decatur Boulevard. It's a C2 general commercial. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Staff recommends approval subject to conditions. This is a public hearing. I will now declare it open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, good morning, Mayor Pro Tem. Daniel Loera, 3275 South Jones Boulevard, Las Vegas, here representing the applicant today for an extension of time to maintain the approved nonconforming use at this location to give them more time to market the property to an acceptable user.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard? Seeing none, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, move for approval subject to all conditions.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item number 56. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 57 is ROC 57596, review of condition of public hearing. Applicant is All Star Mini Mart, owner S&J Shopping Center LLC, for possible action on a request for a review of condition of an approved special use permit, SUP 49154, to amend condition A to read, all liquor available for sale shall be kept behind the public counter or in a locked cabinet or display case at 2339 North Jones Boulevard. C1 commercial, this is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing. I'll declare it open. Is the applicant present?
Jay Matos, LeadNet. I'm representing the Shoshani family in All-Star Mini Mart.
Anything you'd like to add?
No, they're, you know, council, they're in good standing. They work very well with the community. They've really cleaned that store up, and they're just, they don't feel that they should be penalized for putting a gate or bulletproof glass on there, because the fact is that they do good business and the community likes them and they have no trouble and they haven't had any issues in that store. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just for a point of clarification, the applicant was not required to have a bulletproof glass or anything of that nature. What the original condition was set for, after speaking with the applicant during that particular time, was that they were going to build a shelf with enclosed glass with the liquor locked behind the shelving. And so that never occurred, and so code enforcement came in and identified, or I should say either code enforcement or business license came in and identified that the conditions that were set by this council in regards to having the liquor be enclosed and behind lock and key due to concerns of the location of the facility in proximity to the school. Now, being that they haven't built the shelving nor placed it behind lock and key, it is true that they haven't had any problems in relation to the adjacency of the school, and so therefore I'm more prone to eliminate the condition of the locked casing and just allow the liquor to, as a condition, to always be maintained behind the counter away from the ability for customers coming in to actually retrieve the liquor themselves. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And so, Mr. Perigo, if you will, I just want to make sure that in the condition, it is to be placed behind the register where the customers at no point will have access to the liquor.
If I might, Karen Duddleston, Deputy Director. I would suggest then the condition would now read, all liquor available for sale shall be kept behind the public counter and segregated from customers.
Okay. And so do you agree with the conditions that have been stated?
Yes, I do, Councilman.
Okay. And so that will be the new condition moving forward. Okay?
Do I have
And
a
so
motion?
the motion would be for approval, subject to the new conditions set forth.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a
Thank you,
motion.
Council.
Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Agenda item 58, and instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from city planning commission meetings, dangerous buildings, or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. And we are on to citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Hearing and seeing none, I think. No, okay. Move on to agenda item 60. Council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Are there any members of the council who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? We'll start at the right.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to invite everyone to Coffee with the Councilman, which we're on an experimental basis going to try on a Saturday morning this time. Usually it's Friday morning. Saturday, March 14th, 2015, 7:30 to 9 o'clock. We'll be at the Egg Works, which is inside the Circle on Village Center Circle, right by the Summerlin Library. Look forward to seeing folks from the neighborhood come out and let me know what the concerns are that the city might be able to address. We'll have a Ward 2 shred event 7 days later on Saturday, March 21st from 10 to noon. We'll be up at the Vets Memorial Leisure Services Center. This is the opportunity to get rid of all your old stuff, both paper stuff and old prescription drugs as well. It turns out some people think that you're supposed to flush them down the toilet, but you're not, because it makes it pretty polluted at the downstream end. So rather than do that, come turn them in, and we'll have law enforcement officers there to take possession of them and make sure that they are properly disposed of. We'll be doing our Beers with Beers next on Thursday, March 26th. This is for folks who don't drink coffee, I guess. We'll be at Nacho Daddy's out in Summerlin, close to Village Square, from 5:30 to 7:30 on the evening of Thursday, March 26th. Bonner Elementary School on Crestdale Lane up in Summerlin plans to host its 4th annual Bonner Run for Education from 8 to 11 in the morning on March 14th. All proceeds from this 5K run or 1.5-mile walk will go toward maintaining low class sizes at that school. For more information, call Kirsty O'Donnell at 702-561-4872. Final item today, this date in music history. It was on March 4th, 1967. Some of you, Councilman Coffin, might remember this. The Rolling Stones hit #1 with Ruby Tuesday. It inspired the name of a restaurant chain some of you may be familiar with. Indeed, the chain gets its name from the popular Keith Richards penned tune. The first eatery opened in 1972, which was 5 years after the Rolling Stones released this hypnotic track. However, the name didn't come from founder Sandy Beale. It actually came from one of his initial investors, one of his fraternity brothers from his days at the University of Tennessee. That's all we got, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, and I thought for sure Councilman Beers would recognize Leonard Nimoy passing, being a Trekkie that he is, and I am, and many of us are. Live long and prosper, of course. Mr. Perigo's just grinning at me. A couple of fun things and a more serious thing. Out at Tule Springs Park, the Concerned Veterans for America and Horses for Heroes is teaming up to present the Spring Health and Wellness Fair for 2015. For veterans, service members, National Guard members, Reserve members, Gold Star members, Blue Star members, and families, and the public is more than welcome. It is Saturday, March 21st, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., and it costs nothing. It is free for admission. Horses for Heroes is a great organization out there doing wonderful things for families and first responders. Lots of great activities. There'll be a fishing clinic, of course, the petting zoo, ride some horses, ranch games, and more. Ranch games are a lot of fun, and you get to meet the experts in regards to lifestyle and fitness and health wellness. So a little line at the bottom there, teach a man to fish, and you feed him for an entire lifetime. So that's kind of a great event happening out at Tule Springs, and it is that time of year again where the weather is warming up, and we are now starting our movies in the park. So the Las Vegas City Council invites you to join me out at the Centennial Hills Amphitheater for our movie in the park March 20th. It is a Friday night, 6:30 p.m., around that time, whatever time the sun goes down. And we locked in Big Hero 6, which is kind of be exciting. I have not seen it, but I understand through my children and my grandchildren that it's a great film. It is also free, so come on out, bring your blankets and chairs and some pizza and some chicken. There will be a food truck out there, and most likely Grouchy John's Coffee might be out there as well. It is at Centennial Hills Amphitheater. Everyone knows where that is, next to Centennial Hills Park. And now, Mayor and Council members, for a more serious issue, we have a lost little girl in the city. Her name is Lorraine Flores. She's 12 years old, 5'1", 115 pounds, hazel eyes, black hair, and she is of Native American and Caucasian descent. She was last seen February 12th in the area of Maryland Parkway and Wigwam. It is unknown what she was wearing. She may be carrying personal belongings, but the important thing is to, folks, help the City of Las Vegas and Nevada Child Seekers get this young lady back to where she belongs by contacting the Metropolitan Police Department at 702-828-3111 or directly to Nevada Child Seekers 702-458-7009. And had a wonderful day today, so wonderful to work with my colleagues today. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Thank you, Councilman Ross. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. March 5th, Coffee with the Councilman in Ward 5. Please join me tomorrow, that is, from 9 a.m. till 10 a.m. for coffee and conversation. So please come on out and enjoy coffee on me and share any information that you may have or find out what's happening in and around the City of Las Vegas and in particular Ward 5. So March 5th, tomorrow, Coffee with the Councilman. In addition to that, the free income tax form preparation assistance, volunteers from AARP and the Internal Revenue Service Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program will offer residents free assistance with personal income tax form preparation and electronic filing at the City of Las Vegas Senior Centers. Advance appointments are required at all locations, so please call 888-687-2277 for more information. Thirdly, the VITA program will be at the Doolittle Senior Center located at 1930 J Street to also offer tax assistance from Tuesday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. through April 15th by appointment only. The service is for people who generally make $53,000 or less, persons with disabilities, the elderly, and limited English-speaking taxpayers who need assistance in preparing their own tax returns. So please call 229-6125 for your appointment. Neighborhood Partners Fund. Learn how the City Neighborhood Partners Fund matching grant program can assist your community with up to $5,000 for neighborhood improvement projects. The Neighborhood Program Fund application cycle begins on Monday, February 9th, 2015, with a deadline for submission, which is Thursday, April 16th, 2015. There will be a workshop for Ward 5 residents on March 15th at the Doolittle Community Center located at 1930 J Street from 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. Please contact my office at 229-5443 for more information. March 3rd through the 5th, my office, in conjunction with the UNLV Downtown Design Center, will be rolling out the historical West Las Vegas plan, and we have a number of community meetings that have begun. As I mentioned, March 3rd through the 5th, the UNLV Downtown Design Center and my office have been hosting ongoing meetings for its second community collaboration for the 100 plan for the historic West Side community. Meetings began on March 3rd and will continue. Tomorrow is the last meeting in this series and will be held from 6 p.m. until 8 p.m. at the Doolittle Community Center located at 1950 J Street. The community is invited to come out and share your ideas and participate in the design development planning stages. If you have additional questions about this event, you may contact my office at 229-5443. March 6th, First Friday celebration here in downtown will take place, celebrating in the downtown community in the Arts District from 5 to 11 p.m. So come down, bring your family to First Friday. It's always a joyous opportunity to engage and have fun at First Friday and pick up a lot of cool and neat art pictures or little trinkets. And on March 7th, Family Dance Event. The City of Las Vegas invites the public to a free family music and dance concert in the outdoor of Sammy Davis Jr. Festival Plaza inside of the Lorenzi Park located at 720 Twin Lakes Drive on Saturday, March 7th. Shirley Chen and her dancers will present a program of folk dances from many different regions of China. Each routine requires distinct costumes that are handmade by Chinese designers. Chinese culture, customs, language, calligraphy, and the significance of the Chinese New Year will be all incorporated into this free event inside of Lorenzi Park at the Sammy Davis Jr. Amphitheater. You may bring lawn chairs, blankets, and picnic baskets. For more information, please call 229-3514. Wow, I have quite a bit. The West Las Vegas Library will be hosting 3 free programs open to the public at the West Las Vegas Library, hosted, or I should say located at 951 West Lake Mead. So please come on out and participate at the West Las Vegas Library. And on Saturday also, March 7th, the Tuskegee Love Letters, Saturday, March 7th at 7 p.m., Tuskegee Love Letters will be performing in celebration of the 70th anniversary of the end of World War II, based on the book by Kim Russell. The play follows the lives of an African-American pilot and his wife from the wartime to peacetime. So please come on out and join in on this really interesting and historic event. And on Friday, March 13th at 6 p.m., Poetry Slam competition. Enjoy an evening of spoken word, poetry, dancing, and singing and acting. And we have on Friday, March 27th at 8 p.m., Saturday, March 28th at 8 p.m., More Than a Step, a solo suit featuring Peter Chu, artistic director and choreographer. Peter Chu and Chutis performs a solo project that blends cutting-edge multimedia sound and lighting elements with deeply rooted concepts and ideas, with an additional solo performance by Jenny Berthlot. If you should need further information regarding programs and events at the West Las Vegas Library, please call 507-3989. And finally, a really cool event, Mayor.
Yes.
Really cool event. Pirate Fest 2015 inside of Lorenzi Park. If you have not...
No, we have another council meeting,
We have another council
Councilman.
meeting?
Yes,
But
on
we
the
have to plug it.
18th.
We still have to plug it.
You're way out to April.
I know, but we have to plug it. I'll plug it every council meeting. April 10th through the 12th, because we're trying to sell tickets.
I know. You go for it, Councilman.
Thank you. Pirate Fest 2015 will be taking place April 10th through the 12th. The Pirates are returning to Lorenzi Park April 10th through the 12th. Bigger and better. Pirate Fest Las Vegas is a hands-on, family-oriented event sponsored by yours truly, Councilman Ricky Barlow, in the city of Las Vegas, featuring music, entertainers, vendors, food, games, activities, and more. If you like the Pirate of the Caribbeans, you'll love this Pirate Fest.
And can
of
we
course,
all be your crew on this beautiful ship? Are you going to put that in Lake Lorenzi?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, there was a big ship that was actually built on the lake, and I believe Zappos won last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. But of course, you can always follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube for more information. Of course, go onto my website at lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward5 for more information on what's going on inside of fabulous Ward 5. Thank you, Mayor.
Wow, is all I can say. Boy, are you busy. All right. First, I'd like to acknowledge the 100th anniversary of our brave, dedicated United States Navy Reserve. I had the great honor yesterday and pleasure of presenting a mayoral and city council proclamation to our local reservists here yesterday at City Hall. Tonight, the Spring Chinese Festival at the Orleans Showroom will take place to celebrate Spring Festival 2015, Chinese Lunar New Year, and it's going to be a great, exciting event there. This weekend, we are welcoming our NASCAR family back to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. So fans from near and far will again have an opportunity to experience the thrill of the race right here in the entertainment capital of the world. Couldn't be a better fit, and I encourage everyone to come out and cheer on your favorite driver and share in the fun. I'll be presenting for the 4th time the Mayor's Trophy on Sunday, March 8th at 11:30, excuse me, out on our speedway. The community is invited to enjoy the Las Vegas Corporate Challenge. 30th anniversary opening activities Saturday the 7th, that's a Saturday, at the downtown Container Park. Events and participation are free. Family fun will be offered on Fremont Street between 7th and 8th Street from 3:30 to 8:30 p.m. Activities will include rock climbing, bounce houses, a trackless train, got that one, bumper cars, carnival games, face painting, cotton candy, popcorn vendors, and a petting zoo. I'll be participating in the executive relay, which begins at Container Park at 5:30 p.m. A parade will follow at 7:30 p.m. to recognize all 50 participating teams, and I certainly hope our staff is participating in this and will bring home the bacon. On Sunday, we will set our clocks ahead. We lose an hour of sleep. Don't forget to do that Saturday night to Sunday morning. And on Tuesday the 10th, I'll be participating in a panel on homeland security and terrorism. The town hall meeting will be televised live on local channel 3 with over 41 million tourists visiting our community annually, along with 2 million residents of our own. Safety and preparedness are critical to us all, especially since Homeland Security funding is, I hope, going to be signed today to give us the funds that we absolutely need to be prepared for terrorism and any other issue. Please tune in to Channel 3 for this important discussion at 6:30 p.m. on Tuesday, March 10th. Our next City Council meeting will be Wednesday, March 18th, beginning at 9 a.m. here in City Council. And one more time, don't forget to put your clocks ahead on Sunday. And staff, thank you very much. Everybody back there, thank you so much. And all of you in the back that have hung in with this, and those of you in front who make it so exciting and fun. Thank you very much. And our City Clerk's office, many thanks. We're adjourned.